maybe the Thursday night rather than the Friday and leave the Friday night. So I never really spent a lot of time in Bahrain. So this time is actually the first time I've been here 3 months already. So, but you can see change. Like I think everything is moving forward. You know, not just, okay, we talk about the racing because we're in that industry, but I think outside racing as well, the country is just moving forward quite quickly.
And how do you describe Bahrain racing out here, living out here? How do you describe that to friends back home?
Bahrain, it's very relaxing, nice way of life. People are very straightforward. No, it's a nice place to be. Obviously, you get nice weather in winter and summer, which it helps. And like I said, things are picking up. Like now where we're here now, they build this new place, and I'm sure there's a lot more places that are going to be built. And like I say, it's a country that's in progress, and I'd say in the next 10, 15 years, we can see a massive difference.
And what do you enjoy about the racing here?
I think the main thing here is the track itself. I think the track is very nice. It's a very fair track. Like I've been lucky enough to race around the world everywhere, but I do think Bahrain, it's a nice track. It's a very flat, you know, it's an easy track. It's a long straight. 7, 8 times out of 10, the best horse wins. And like I said, the quality of the horses is just, each year they've been coming out, it's just getting stronger and stronger. The prize money is getting bigger and bigger. Not just the serious races. Obviously, they've got the Bahrain Trophy, which is, you know, £600,000 race. And we've seen some, you know, a lot of, even looking at the handicaps marks, you know, from the first day they had the Bahrain Trophy, you can see how he's improved over the last few years. What sort of horse now you actually need to win a race like that?
And aside from the track and racing, how do you describe the atmosphere? What's it like on race days?
It's very relaxing. The club is very accommodating. They're very easy to deal with. You can actually train the horses in the mornings, but at the same time here you can actually train your horses in the afternoon. So every trainer and owner have got different sort of way of training them. But like I said, the club, it's open to help, and it's like a big family, really.
And you ride out in the afternoons, so a completely different lifestyle to what you've had in the UK or when you've been travelling in Japan and things. So do you enjoy just a bit more of a laid-back vibe to Bahrain? Yeah,
obviously you get to have a nice lane in the morning, but it's nice because you get to ride out sort of 3 o'clock in the afternoon and 3:30, and the weather is nice, and it's different, but you know, it's nice. It's a nice time of the afternoon to be sitting on a horse.
And what I love about Bahrain is that everything is so close. It's sort of half an hour to the city. The track is around here. Then you can come and you've got this beautiful beach resort, and it's all so close. It's also something for everyone out here.
Sure, like everything is literally 20 minutes. If you ask me where is near small, 20 minutes, where is the track is 20 minutes. Everything is literally within 20 minutes. You can go everywhere. And no, like I said, the country itself, it's amazing. You know, they've got some great facilities, and it's going massively on the way up, and in the next 10, 15 years we could see a massive change.
And aside from racing here in Bahrain, obviously Bahraini owners are doing really well abroad, the likes of KHK winning the Ledger, commissioning, perhaps favourite for the Guineas next year. How much of a boost does that give racing here? Yeah,
obviously we're talking about racing here, but you know, Bahrain is international. You know, the KHK, His Highness Sheikh Khaled winning the Ledger last year, which is, you know, classic. Those classics are very hard to win. He's got some very good 2-year-olds last year. They're going to turn up to be 3-year-olds, and His Highness Sheikh Isa bin Salman, he obviously looks like he's got a very good filly. She was a top-class filly last year. She's going to be favourite for the Guineas. You know, His Highness Sheikh NASSER, you know, Sheikh Sultan. They're investing a lot of money into these sports, and you know, they're getting a lot of success, especially abroad. Like we've seen in UK, you know, they buy the horses at the sales, and you know, they spend big money. But at the same time, they breed the horses as well. Obviously, Sheikh Isa bin Salman, he bred the filly. He's bred that himself, and also KHALED, you know, and MOHAMMED, MKR, the guys I ride for, they're big owners and breeders. They've got a horse called Habib, who's going to go to Saudi for the $2.5 million race. The horse was bred by him. He actually bred the stallion. So it's not just about going to the sales and buying the horses. You know, they actually breed the horses. So the horses are in the blood. Camelot. He was bred by His Highness Sheikh Abdullah. So it's, you know, it's not just about here. I think worldwide they're doing great, and I'm sure it's only going to get better.
So great to hear from Andrea Zini, and good to see Ali topping up the suntan. Let's now have a look at the first race of the day. The Arabian Breds in action in the His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. Field of 5 going to post. Number 1 is KHALED Zorea. Comes here in top form, having won the Crown Prince's Cup, and is partnered by Neil Callan, who leads the Jockeys Championship this winter here on 27 winners at the start of play today. Number 2 is Obeyan, who beat KHALED Zorea in this race 12 months ago. Stefan Lajaj aboard. 3, KHALED Afas 1695 and Abdullah Faisal. 4, KHALED Afas 1708 Anas Al Siabi. And 5 is KHALED Al Adiyat. Hassan Al Safar takes the ride. 1600 metres the journey for our first race of the day, and the runners are in the paddock.
So let's have a look at these horses then in the parade ring. Some of these, the finest Arabians trained out here. And horse number 1 will take all the beating. This is the Crown Prince's Cup winner, KHALED Zorea, 1797. He's won 7 out of his 8 races. He's only been beaten once, and that was by Obeyan at 1777. So another head-to-head between those top 2. But KHALED Zorea, ridden once again by Neil Callan and trained by Hisham Al-Haddad. On the track.
Number 2 is Obeyan, already on the way down to the start. Stefan Lajaj is aboard. Chased home KHALED Zorea last time, was beaten 3 lengths, but remember this race 12 months ago. Obeyan took the scalp of KHALED Zorea in this race on this day 12 months ago by 3 parts of a length. That's number 2, Obeyan.
Horse number 3 then, KHALED Afas at 1695, finished 3rd in the Crown Prince's Cup behind those top 2. This grey is going to be ridden by Abdullah Faisal and Abdullah Kuwaiti, the trainer. So horse number 3, KHALED Afas, 1695.
Number 4 is KHALED Afas 1708. Was well held last time behind KHALED Zorea. Was second the time before that to today's key horse. But this horse, KHALED Afas 1708, did greet the judge, got the top position in the winner's circle here in late December. That's number 4, KHALED Afas 1708.
And finally, horse number 5, also in the victorious colours of red with the white and red striped arms, is KHALED Al Adiyat. This horse is going to be ridden by Hassan Al Safar, Yusuf Taha, the trainer, a horse that finished 6th in the Crown Prince's Cup. So horse number 5 then, KHALED Al Adiyat.
Yeah, really pleased to be joined before racing by a couple of riders who are having their first rides here today, both in the Turf Series races a little bit later on. They've come across on the other side of the Gulf. We've got Connor Planis nearest to us and John van Overmeer as well. Connor, you've been doing extremely well, if you don't mind me saying, over in the UAE. How did this opportunity to come over here come about?
Well, my agent, Tony Hine, rang me, I think it was on Tuesday, saying that he might have a ride for Mr. Osborne. He said, I'll get back to you if I can pick up any more, and thankfully I've got two rides today.
You do. I've just seen the pair of you, John as well, walking the track. You'll be riding it a little bit later. Obviously, the first thing I mention is the really strong wind. When you get out there, how significant is it, John?
It's quite strong. We were just walking back there up the straight and we nearly got blown over, so it's definitely got a bit of push to it.
When it comes to the layout of the track, I've seen you guys riding at Meydan recently, which is a very high quality track, but it's not got a long home straight like this. What's this like?
Yeah, it's a very long straight. You rarely see it. We've got a couple back in England, but not in Dubai do you see a straight like this.
You've got a good couple of rides in the Turf Series races. I just want to mention your first one, which comes up in the sprint race. You've got London Look. What kind of chance do you think, just on the profile you've seen?
Well, from the guys, they're saying he's going quite well. The only concern is probably the 6 furlong. He's probably best at 5 furlong. He's only got he's fast at the gates. He travels strongly. He's only got a sort of short sprint. So I think today will be a case of just making sure he sees at the 6 furlong.
You've got MOHAMMED in the other race as well, which looks to have quite a strong chance on paper.
Yeah, he won convincingly on his only start here. We've drawn really nicely, so over the 2,000, which is positive. So going off his win, he's in his only start. It looks like it's going to be competitive.
Super stuff. You've been flying out there, and hopefully it will be the same here. Here we go, Dandy and Inigo Jones for you. How do you assess the pair?
Yes, well, I'm hoping with my claim off they should have a much better chance today. Here we go, Dandy's been dropped a few pounds, so hopefully that will give them a bit more advantage today.
Excellent stuff. We wish you both the best of luck, and thank you very much for talking to us, John and Connor. Well done.
Thanks. Cheers.
So the horses then circling down at the start. This race over 1,600 metres and is very much a King's Cup trial for the meeting in the middle of March. These, as I said, some of the top Arabians. We've got the Crown Prince's Cup winner in horse number 1, KHALED, who beat Abayan that day, and also horse number 3 finished third, KHALED. So some of the best Arabians in training, and it is very much, looks like on paper, between the two at the top there, KHALED and Abayan. These two horses have faced each other a number of times, and KHALED just got the better of Abayan. I think the score is 2-1 between the two. But Abayan did beat this horse in this race last year, but since then has finished second to him on a number of occasions, most recently in the Crown Prince's Cup just at the beginning of February. So a key trial, this one, for the King's Cup. And it'll be interesting to talk to the jockeys after the race to find out whether the wind, how much the wind is affecting them. So it certainly is a windy afternoon, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's putting it lightly. We'll see exactly how the prevailing conditions are when the riders come back. Ali will be speaking after racing to the winning jockey after each and every race, and we might well be anticipating that it's going to be the jockey on horse number 1. The race card just flying out of my hand from one to the other, but fortunately caught just in time there. It's a good race. It does rather revolve around KHALED 1797, horse 1, taking on Abayan. But Abayan, 1777, who has had the 1 start so far this season, might just come on naturally for fitness. We will see. The horse who, of course, takes on the top horse once again. Ali's been talking about the relative form between the pair of them. It was a strong enough return last time. That form might just come to the boil again. We'd expect so. Whether we're going to get a complete repeat of that, I'm not sure. I think on the international markets, we're talking about a real positive swing towards horse number 1. But Abayan, who's had the 1 start so far, has every right to come on for a little bit of physical fitness off the back of that. Horse who has got significant enough form, winning, beating horse 1 this time last year, but we'll see. There are others in the race, horses 3, 4 and 5, but they might just be up against it in the conditions. Just standing out in front of the rail here to get that little bit more of a sense of what they're going to be running into. Without the shelter of the grandstand, you'll probably hear it on the microphone. They're going to be running right into the teeth of things. So jockeys are going to have to be factoring that in, particularly later on when we make our way towards the Turf Series races and the sprints, the 1,200-metre race. I'm out in the teeth of it. But Ali, fortunately, 1 or 2 people have got that little bit of shelter. They're much more sensible.
And for those watching on, don't forget to enter the raffle. So if you go to the Bahrain Turf Club website, you can enter with a chance of winning 1 of 3 cars. So His Highness Sheikh Nasser very kindly given 3 cars to hand out this afternoon. So do go to the Turf Club website to register, or one of the booths down in the Turf Village as well. As we build up then to the first race, sponsored by His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. This one for the Arabians, and they are loading. So let's hand up then to Darren to call this one home.
Thanks, Ali. Yes, runners then moving up into the starting stalls. The Arabian breds for this domestic grade 2, very much King's Cup trial. King's Cup coming up in a few weeks' time. And still out of line is Obeyan with the yellow cap, just backing away from the starting stalls at the moment. Obeyan who won this race 12 months ago. That's it, they're all in. They're off. So they race away over 1 mile, 1,600 metres the journey. KHALED 1695 is along the outside of last year's winner Obeyan, and then between horses KHALED Zoreya. They are the front three, and they are in front of the two victorious runners. Red cap of KHALED Al Adiyat, striped cap KHALED 1708, bringing up the rear as they go on down the far side. It's a steady early tempo. It's Obeyan who's back the inside running rail, KHALED 1695 alongside, and then getting the cover, KHALED Al Adiyat in third, with KHALED Zoreya, Neil Callan in fourth, and settling down at the back end of the field is KHALED 1708. They're on the swing away from the back straight, so edging towards the final 800 metres or so, and it is Obeyan in pole position, leads by 3 parts of a length to KHALED 1695. KHALED Al Adiyat against the rail. KHALED Zoreya back in fourth and would race around about 2.5 lengths off the pace. KHALED 1708 still bringing up the rear with 600 to go. They're about to turn into the home straight and into that headwind, and it's Obeyan still in front by about a half length to KHALED 1695 in second place. Angling to the outside now is KHALED Zoreya, with KHALED Al Adiyat under a drive, and KHALED 1708 is getting outpaced. They're heading down towards the final 200, and here comes KHALED Zoreya with that knockout punch to the outside. Obeyan to the inner. Those two moving on by a couple of lengths to KHALED 1695. Trying to get on terms is KHALED Al Adiyat, and it is KHALED Zoreya with 100 metres left to go. Has got a couple of lengths on this field. KHALED Zoreya, king of the Arabian breds. KHALED Zoreya is the winner. It's close for second, with KHALED Al Adiyat just taking second place. KHALED 1695 and Obeyan together, and they were followed home by KHALED 1708. So it has gone to script. It has gone to KHALED Zoreya in terms of going to script in terms of the form horse. That horse has won it. He's been in terrific form, winning the Crown Prince's Cup on his most recent visit to the track. Won that race 12 months ago. Won the King's Cup last year. KHALED Zoreya, Neil Callan, top jockey this season, now on 28 winners, has taken the top prize. Would be a surprise in terms of the horse taking second place. KHALED Al Adiyat staying on for second. We'll have the full result in a moment, but KHALED Zoreya takes out race 1.
Thank you very much indeed. It was a good race. It rather went to script, Darren, and we'll have a look back at the closing stages from the head-on angle, as KHALED Zoreya 1797 did rather confirm himself as the best about. Bit of a surprise maybe about the horse who chased him home, as Darren said, for second, but I half wonder whether you don't want to be hitting the front too soon at any great urgency, given the wind that they're running up against. And you can see that the horse almost had his head cocked to one side, the winning horse, who's now 3 from 3 for this season. But they are running into the teeth of a gale, which wouldn't have been ideal, and maybe slipstreaming, as the rider on the 4 horse attempted to do, but just wandering around. And the 5 horse who was wandering out towards the centre of the track, that being KHALED Al Adiyat, attempted to do. But the horse is dominant, KHALED Zoreya, 3 from 3 this season, winning up first up despite any fitness concerns back in January, has accounted for Obeyan 1777 again on this occasion. Obeyan 1777, even with that first run back fitness ankle, well, it didn't actually help him reverse that form. It's the one we expected, Ali. It's KHALED Zoreya who's won the first.
Let's have a word with winning jockey Neil Callan. Neil, another convincing victory for this one. All went nicely to plan for you?
Yeah, look, he's just the best Arabian here, so I said before, it's the only Arabian I've ridden since I came here, but I sat in him in a gallop one morning. I just said to Faz, I said, I haven't ridden an Arabian, but I'll ride this one. So anything 1400 a mile, he's just way ahead of them. If anything, he just doing a bit slow.
himself as the best
and, you know, like
about.
Arabians, they don't sprint,
Bit of a
so
surprise,
this fella
maybe,
can,
about the
so
horse who chased him home, as
just
Darren
had
said,
more confidence, I
for
think.
second. But
Stronger
I
on
half
race.
wonder whether
he
you don't
went
want to be
more
hitting
convincingly,
the front too soon.
Good.
Bring on the King's
At
Cup.
any great urgency, given the
Yeah, he
wind
was
that
very
they're running
impressive
up
last
against.
year,
You can
so
see the horse almost had his
I'd
head
like to
cocked
think,
to one side, the winning horse.
Like last summer, he won well, and I just thought he wasn't 100%. He's getting there, but I think by the time he comes to the King's Cup, he's going to peak. So let's hope that's a danger for the rest of them.
And just quickly, how significant is the headwind then for?
Yeah, it's
for the
very
later
strong.
races?
It's probably been the strongest since I've been this season. So he's right in their face. But you know, the stronger thoroughbred shouldn't find it a problem, you know.
Well, congratulations then. Victory in the opening race then for Neil Callan, Hisham Al Haddad, and the lovely Arabian KHALED Zoreya.
Yeah, the dominant force in the riding division at the moment, welcoming back in yet again that man Neil Callan, a horse he knows extremely well for trainer Hisham Al Haddad in the colours of Al Qadiyah. The dominant force at the moment, the winner of the first race here on the final day of the Turf Series has gone the way of KHALED Zoreya, 1797. Show your appreciation for a real star.
So the result of the first race of the day, the His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup for the Arabian Breds. First, number 1, KHALED Zoreya. Second, number 5, KHALED Al Adiyat. Third, number 3, KHALED Afas 1695. And fourth, number 2, Obeyan. The distances 2.5 lengths and half a length, 2.5 lengths and half a length. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 52.28. 1 minute 52.28. And the result is now official. They've weighed in, weighed in.
So we come to the trophy presentation for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. This one, a big race for the Arabian breds, and we're delighted to have His Highness Sheikh Faisal bin Rashid Al Khalifa, the Vice President of the Supreme Council for Environment and the Vice Chairman of the Rashid Equestrian Horse Racing Club. We're very happy to have him present the trophy to winning connections of KHALED Zaria. Well done to trainer Hisham Al Haddad, jockey Neil Callan, and owner Al Khaldia, and Abdullah Nas receiving the trophy there from His Highness Sheikh Faisal bin Rashid Al Khalifa. Well, as we continue our build-up then to the final two Bahrain Turf Series races a little later this afternoon. Earlier this week, we caught up with trainer George Baker, who's had a fantastic season. 3 horses out here, and between them, they've been placed 6 times, including a win with Lucanda on that very first Bahrain Turf Series event. So we caught up with George Baker earlier in the week to find out the chances of his 2 runners this afternoon.
We loved being here last year, but we bought a couple of horses just to dip the toe and to jump on a big learning curve. Thankfully, we bought 3 horses here who have performed with great credit. All of them have pleased me enormously. Lovely to be going into the final Turf Series fixture on the front foot. We're pushing 100 grand, these horses, and we'd struggle to get that at Wolverhampton and Southall and Lingfield and places like that at this time of year. So here they go. Get It, Watcher, and Lucanda. So yeah, no, it's been a great success, and we would have been here anyway, and the owners would have been here. Well, I think we've had, of the 8 runners, 7 have been in the money, which if you'd given me that option back at the beginning of December, I would have jumped at that.
And looking ahead to Friday, Get It, he ran a great race to be second. It looked like he should have bumped into one in Mobadel.
I think we bumped into one, definitely. Fantastic run. Andrea was very keen to get back on him on Friday. Get It's been a star for us. You know, he was unlucky on the first run. We've drawn the stand side, won the race up the stand side, second last time. Yeah, in contention for the champion horse in the sprinting pot. So lovely to be going into the final race day with a horse in great order. Lucanda is obviously, by winning so well on the first season, he's got himself out of the Turf Series. Lovely race on Friday, 8 runners, bumping into a few old friends. We've raced against each other all winter long, but it would be a lovely end for him to go out on a high note as well.
How excited are you to return next year?
100%. I mean, we absolutely adore to be back next year. We will be back next year. We've committed to it. Our owners have committed to it, and very hopeful that we'll be here with 6 or 7 next year. That would be absolutely wonderful. But we're committed to Bahrain. We're committed to the region. The team here have looked after us fabulously, and everybody, all my team are just loving the whole experience.
So great to hear from George Baker. Now we are moving on to race number 2. And this race is for the locally breds. They're going to go a mile, 1,600 metres the journey. Field of 9 to face the starter. Number 1 is Cape Horn and Hassan Asghar. 2, Tofan Abdullah Faisal. 3 is Andante and Frankie van Hunsbroek. 4, Amwaj Andrea Zini. 5, Sinjar Hussein Maki. 6 is Magira, Anas Al-Siabi. 7, Tariq and Marcialis Juras. 8 is Black Shadow, Edinson Rodriguez. And 9, Jabara and Marvin Grandam. That's the field for race number 2. The locally breds then will be stepping out on the track shortly for the His Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup.
So the first horse then to have a look at in the parade ring is Cape Horn, a dual winner. He'll be wearing the colours of Victorious Racing. Alan Smith trains Cape Horn, and Hassan Asghar takes a handy 3 kilograms off this horse, who was victorious 2 starts ago back at the end of January, beaten though back on the 10th of February by Madalla. But Cape Horn then in the Victorious Racing colours is horse number 1.
Number 2 is Tofan. Tofan's won a couple of times in the past, and in recent efforts has finished in the money. Was third, beaten a fair way by Mudalal last time. Was a lot closer to Mudalal the time before that in mid-December, going down by a length and a quarter. That's number 2, Tofan.
Horse number 3 is the second runner in the victorious racing colours, Andante, a 2-time winner. Alan Smith then also trains this horse. Frankie van Honsbroek is the jockey on horse number 3, Andante.
Well, on form, one of the leading contenders here is this horse, number 4. That is Amouage. Amouage was a 4th behind Van Halen last time in the Derby Cup. Time before that, Amouage beat Manama Girl by a length. That was in mid-January. That's number 4, the mount of Andrea Zini, Amouage.
From Belgium. Belgium. Thank you. Horse number 5 then, Sinjar, has recorded 1 victory in his career. Hussein Maki then takes the ride for Abdullah Kuwaiti. Last time seen back at the beginning of December, so comes here off the back of a bit of a break and been in the placings this season. Needs to step up today, this son of Blue Snake. Horse number 5, Sinjar.
Well, runners going out onto the track. One we're looking at now is number 7. This is Tariq. Tariq, a little keen there, a little fresh, going out onto the course. Winner of 1 race, that was last winter, as I only had a couple of starts since then. And last time up was down the field behind Wakiar. That's number 7, Tariq.
Horse number 8 then, the front of those 2 heading down to the start is Black Shadow. Alan Smith, another one for him. Trainer Edison Rodriguez rides this one, Black Shadow, and ran well last time in the Derby back on Crown Prince's Cup Day. Finished 3rd in that domestic Group 1. Before that then was a winner of a big race, 17 runners with Black Shadow coming out on top. That was back in the beginning of January. So certainly one to beat in this race, comes here with every chance. Horse number 8, Black Shadow.
And Black Shadow is just being preceded there by number 9. That is Jabara, runs in the red with a black chevron and sleeves. Marvin Grandin takes the ride. This horse has been running well. Has actually won back here of, what, about a month or so ago, beating Wafiar on that occasion, and since finished 3rd to Cape Horn. That's Jabara, number 9.
And finally, that horse there, Mugira, went straight to the start, mounted in the pre-parade ring. So heading down there in the pink colours, Mugira, Anis Al-Siabi is the jockey, and Abdullah Kuwaiti trains this one. Last seen just a couple of weeks ago, finishing in behind Mid-Hal. Mugira, though, a 2-time career winner. So horse number 6 then, the final of our 9 runners, that's Mugira.
So they're making their way down for the first of the thoroughbred races. 2:20, the off time. Locally, we're running over the same track and trip, 1,600 metres, as we did for our previous race, but 20-odd minutes ago. And a lot of the concentration would seem to be on Andrea Atzani's mount, who's got the inside draw in 1. That is Amouage, who's won 2 of the last 4 and drops in trip from the run here behind Van Halen, who does thread a few of these together in the Bahrain Derby Cup here. Good race, that one. Not the first time I'd actually been behind that horse either. A horse who's a number of these have seen the back of. Actually got close to him over this trip. So maybe the return to 1,600 metres from 2,000 would look a positive for Amouage. Might just be a case that tactics, race riding, and that little bit of a nuance as regards how you put yourself in the race might just be key, because front runners, as they hit the home straight, are a little bit of a disadvantage considering the prevailing wind that we've got. I'm interested in number 8, Black Shadow, who's part of the 4-year-old contingent in the race for Alan Smith, who's got the draw in 4. Won here back in January, 3rd in the Bahrain Derby behind Van Halen. So that race again back on the 3rd of February. So we'll see how that one goes. It's got a match up with Amouage once again. We'll see. Okay, we won't be too far off the loading process. But without further ado, we'll get back to Ali.
around about 45 minutes left to enter the draw to win a car. So if you're here at the racecourse and you want to win a car, then head over to the booth in the Turf Village or go online at the Bahrain Turf Club website and register your details, and you could be driving home one of 3 cars that will be given out this afternoon.
أعزائي الحضور، للتذكير فقط اللي ما سجل للمسابقة والثلاث سيارات يتوجه إلى البوث الأول من المدخل الرئيسي للتيرف فيلج، فيقدر يسجل اسمه، وتقدرون تزورون الحساب الرسمي في الانستغرام على نادي راشد الفروسية rehc.bh. تحصلون اللينك في البايو وتقدرون تسجلون المعلومات، وراح يوصلكم الإيميل في رقم التذكرة. معنا تمنياتنا للجميع للتوفيق. 45 دقيقة تفصلنا عن سحب الجوائز. يعطيكم العافية ونتمنى لكم التوفيق.
Thanks very much, NASSER. So do head to the Bahrain Turf Club website to register before 3 o'clock. And these horses then circling down at the 1600-metre start. These local breds, maidens, and class 3 and 4s. And as Nick was talking about, Amwaj is the international favourite for this. Comes here off the back of a very good run in the Derby and won a domestic Grade 2 the last time we saw Amwaj. But of the other runners to take note of, we had a look at Black Shadow, also comes here with a chance for trainer Alan Smith, and Torfan is a very nice horse then in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa. Hadi Ibrahim, the trainer, has been in good form recently, had a treble a few weeks ago, and Abdullah Faisal takes the ride on Taufan. Very much a graded runner, Taufan, but relatively lightly raced. Amwaj, look out for him coming out of stall number 1. But they've got a lovely long run to the turn into the home straight. Amwaj coming out of stall number 1, whilst Black Shadow out of stall number 4. Nick, who's your selection in this one?
Well, I was obviously factoring just how much the wind speed is rather gale force when going through it. There is clear evidence that Van Halen form from 2 weeks ago is going to be significant here, with Black Shadow finishing 3rd and Amwaj in 4th. The pair meet again, this time over 1600 metres, this time in an extremely windy set of conditions. Cape Horn, interested to see how they ride that one from stall 9. Cape Horn, who's was a winner of the last 2 of the last 4 starts, a real improver, winning 2nd up for the season, and 2nd run back off a year back in November, 4th to Mudalau in the race here last week. So a quick enough turnaround, but showed decent controlling speed here a couple of starts ago. Goes back up in trip, and a horse has won at this distance. So what they quite want to do from gate 9, that wider draw, I'm not too sure, but it'll be seriously factored just how windy it is, without repeating ourselves completely. Tariq is in there as well, who's very lightly raced, winning last season a sprint maiden, only seen once this season, and returned to run here 6th recently, as the race card just suffers a little bit again in the gale force 10 conditions. But it's not stopping anyone enjoying themselves, and why wouldn't it? A few of them could win a car later. 3 on offer, hope you've registered. Mine was the MG in the middle if anyone was interested. But back to this and back to the matter at hand. Tariq, who returned to run 6th off that year off last time. It really was that. 13 months. Has got something to build upon. That was a sprint again. Perhaps has got stamina to prove, but did run all right over 1,400 metres on the final start of last season. This will be different. 1,600 metres and half of it runs to the teeth of the gale. They will be whipping down the back because the wind should be in behind them, which should be good. Others to note, the horse that's got the draw in 3 is Jabara, who's having a very busy campaign, and on figures is improved form to where it was at the start of the season. Not an absolute impossibility by any means, but there you are. There are 2 of the leading players, as Black Shadow leads Amwaj as they circle around. It was that way round when they finished 2 weeks ago. Will it be the same again as we go back to Ali before the off?
I think Amwaj is going to be very difficult to beat in this race. But perhaps a word for one of the outsiders, Andante, horse number 3. He's going to be ridden by Belgian jockey Frankie van Hunsbroek. Alan Smith got a number of runners in this race, 2 in the colours of Victorious Racing, both Cape Horn and Andante. And Andante ran a good race 2 times ago, finishing ahead of Kamari, who's certainly a nice sort. That was over 1,000 metres, so significantly up in trip today. So
the last of the runners are going in. So with the blindfold, that's Tariq going into stall number 2. So they're going a mile, 1,600 metres then, starting in the chute at the entrance to the back straight. That's it, they're all in. And they're racing. And away smartly is Jabara, and in the mix early, Black Shadow with Tofan stepping forward. Amouage up along the inside from stall number 1. Tariq is next as they cover the first couple of 100 metres. So they form their early order, and it is Jabara next to the running rail with Tofan Blue Jacket now stepping into it. So Tofan goes on from Jabara, Black Shadow not settling. Amouage a little keen. Red Cap of Cape Horn is next, followed by Sinjar with Tariq getting the cover on the inside. Andante second last with Magira, the back marker, as they leave the back straight. So around about 1,000 metres to go, and it is Black Shadow now who moves on and leads by about a length. Tofan to the inside of the pulling hard Cape Horn. Amouage is a length and a half further back, being followed by Jabaro began smartly. Sinjar back in mid-division in the grey silks with Tariq being pushed along. And then comes Andante. Magira now on the move from off the pace, and they head towards the final 600 in the turn in. It's Black Shadow and Cape Horn 1 and 2. Black Shadow, Cape Horn, followed by Tofan, Amouage, and then comes Jabara. Just in behind these is Sinjar, chased by Tariq. Magira's got work to do, ditto Andante. Inside the final 400, Black Shadow is the one to get to. Cape Horn is having a good go. Tofan just drifting to the centre. Amouage trying to get organised, heading down towards the last 200, and Black Shadow has now got about 3 or 4 lengths on them. Tofan staying on. Amouage is also staying on. Going close home, it is Black Shadow, third in the Derby Cup last time, takes top spot here. Black Shadow, Tofan 1 and 2, Amouage 3, Sinjar 4, followed home by Cape Horn, Jabara, Tariq, and then came Andante with Magira last of all. So Black Shadow has won it. Number 8, Black Shadow. Third in the Derby here a few weeks ago behind Van Halen. Had won the time before that and has won with authority for trainer Alan Smith and Edinson Rodriguez aboard. Provisional placings 8, 2 and 4. 8 Black Shadow, 2 Tofan. Stayed on very nicely in second place. Amouage just couldn't quicken at a vital stage, finishing third. And Sinjar, the provisional 4th placed horse. Black Shadow, the winner.
Yeah, the good rides by Edinson Rodriguez, who took it up down the back, midway down the back, and you kind of half wondered whether running into the teeth of the gale was going to take its toll. Well, it didn't whatsoever, and the margin of superiority was growing throughout the long length of this home straight. Good controlling win from Black Shadow, who won here back in January, was third in the Bahrain Derby Cup behind Van Halen, and thus held Amouage on that particular form. Amouage running on, as you might have anticipated as well. But this one showing the speed as we take the head-on replay over the 1,600 metres, keeping bang towards the inside as he had done, and set the fractions one by one. They came off the bridle in behind, but the winner was still travelling strongly. And a horse who's got the capability over further can clearly do it over 1,600 metres as well. Tofan has run well from out of the pack in second. Hadn't won yet this season. The losing run continues, but has run well. And seemingly on a couple of starts this term, had run to form and has probably done so as well. Has had a few weeks off, or had prior to this, since the mid-January run behind Mudalau, and has run well. But they were struggling. I think Cape Horn was maybe a little bit keen, wouldn't drop the bridle down the back. And in these conditions, you don't want to do that. But the rider crouched low. The horse determined as well. He wasn't worried about running into a wind tunnel. And Black Shadow, back down to 1,600 metres, a winning trip from 2 starts ago, has repeated the feat.
So let's hear a round of applause then for our winner of our second race, the His Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. Victory went to Black Shadow, ridden by Edison Rodriguez, trained by Alan Smith. Well done then to Black Shadow.
So the result of the second race, the His Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. First, number 8, Black Shadow. Second, number 2, Tofan. Third, number 4, Amwaj. And fourth, number 5, Sinjar. The distances 1 1/4 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. That's 1 1/4 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 38.48. 1 minute 38.48.
Well, let's have word with winning trainer Alan Smith. Alan, Black Shadow did that very nicely. You must be very pleased with the return to the mile for him.
Yeah, I mean, he got an unlucky run in the Derby, actually, the other week. He finished third, and he just got squeezed out when he was coming up Arouse. I don't think it'd have beaten our other horse, but, you know, he's certainly been a lot closer. He's a nice horse, improving.
How much do you rate him at home? I know you've obviously got Van Halen, but how much do you like this one as well?
He will be sort of a Crown Prince Cup horse next year in the for the local breds. You know, our local breds, they just take a little bit longer to mature, and that's the nice thing about them, you know, give them time.
Now you've got plenty of runners throughout the card this afternoon, number in the Bahrain Turf Series races. Looking forward to that. What do you make of the 2 big races today?
Yeah, very competitive, probably open. I mean, we fancy Pure Dreamer off his last run. He was third last time, and it's first time for us with Rebel Dawn over 6, so we'll see how he goes. And American Flag had a great run last time. He finished second with top weight, and if he has got used to the track off that run, he should be thereabouts.
You've obviously got some very nice runners here this afternoon. They're proving tough to win, though, these Turf Series races, compared to last year almost, where you had so many winners.
Yeah, well, they're competitive. It's good competitive racing, and we like that. That's what we want. You know, and we're only too pleased that the visitors are doing a bit better this year.
Well, look, good luck this afternoon. I'm sure I'll be speaking to you again.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
And the result is now official. Weighed in. Black Shadow taking out our second race of the day in good style.
Yeah, we're building up to the first of the Turf Series races, which comes up locally, 3:15, 1200 metre for the sprint. One of the significant runners and popular on the international market is number 3, Get It, who is owned by My Racehorse and Partners, of which I'm delighted to be joined by Brian Kelly. Brian, welcome. How excited are you by 3:15 and your horse running a little later?
Very excited. All the reports are good. We were here yesterday to see the work rider taking the horse out, and plenty of sand came from the all-weather into my eyes. And I think we have a good chance today because the professionalism of the training team and the support team seem pretty spot on.
And the extra distance today, it's quite a windy day, you fancy the extra distance is going to suit 1200?
Well, again, talking to Terry, who rides the house out on a daily basis on workouts, he said no problem. He reckons the horse will take that extra distance, and maybe the wind will be in our favour for at least part of the circuit.
Is this the first time you've been here? Excuse the ignorance if I missed that earlier. First time here in Bahrain?
First time in Bahrain. My racecourse experience to date has been Irish courses, Downpatrick, Galway, Dundalk, Down Royal, Cheltenham in England, but really impressed by the whole organisation and professionalism of the Turf Club and the whole syndicate we're in with My Racehorse, and George Baker is the trainer. I kind of feel like JP McManus, you know, even though I probably own half a hoof in the horse.
Well, it's going to be the half a hoof that hopefully hits the line first in front of the others. Just summarise for us how special it can be being involved in a team such as this, to be able to come across the globe and be on a journey with a horse like this.
I think the big thing I would say is that there's a real sense of community from the trainer side, the admin side of My Racehorse, the communication from the Turf Club here. Yep. It's very personalised. I'm in a few other syndicates where I'm having to talk to robots, and certainly that's not the case today.
What would it mean to you if this were to mark the first visit with success in around about an hour's time?
I think number one, it's about hoping the horse gets home safely.
Yes.
Number two is if it performs to expectations, that's a big bonus. And number three is when the horse is back in the UK in the summer, it'll be another chance to augment today's win.
I was going to say, just when it comes to the summer, it's been wonderful out here. It could be cemented with brilliant success. There are big summer festivals all through the UK. Are we expecting to see Get It at plenty of them?
Yes, I think talking to George Baker and Barney, there's hopes for Ascot, for Epsom, for some of the local tracks, but they know more about where to place a horse than I do, and I'll trust their judgment.
Wonderful. We wish you the very best of luck. Hopefully, speaking to you as a winning owner a little bit later.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your experience.
They're waiting for...
Third race of the day is coming up, and we're on the straight course for our third race over 1200 metres, the His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup. It's a 3-year-old maiden race. Number 1 is George, Andrew Elliott, 2 Haylan and Hussein Asghar, 3 Muasha Martial Ashuras, 4 Sharid and Qasim Jamil, 5 is Fihada Anas Al Siabi, 6 is Al Hadba, very much one of the form horses here. Neil Callan is the jockey. 7 Karina Hussein Maki, 8 Jamail, and that one partnered by Abdullah Al Hawaj. 9 is Magsouda Abdullah Faisal in the saddle. 10 Silent March and Edison Rodriguez.
So these 3-year-old maiden horses, plenty of them will be on their toes, many of them making their racecourse debut. But this horse, number 1, he has already had 2 starts over the 1,000 metres, so stepping up in trip this afternoon. Andrew Elliott rides for winning trainer Alan Smith, looking for a quick double. So George, one of the more experienced runners in this race. That's horse number 1, George.
On to number 2, KHALED, and KHALED's had the one start and I'm afraid didn't beat a single runner on that occasion. Finished 13th of 13 here a couple of weeks ago, beaten an awful long way. That's number 2, KHALED.
Horse number three making his racecourse debut. This is Muasha. Markelis Juras rides this one for Rashid Ibrahim. This chestnut then, first time on the racetrack, horse number 3, Muasha.
Number 4 is Sharid, and Sharid has had 2 starts so far. Beat a few runners last time when well held behind Echo through time. Another runner representing His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa and Rashid Ibrahim. That's number 4, Sharid.
Horse number 5 then is Fahada, a horse that has been well beaten on his 3 starts so far. Anas Al-Siabi rides this one for Abdullah Kuwaiti. Horse number 5 then, Fahada.
Number 6 is Al Hadba, and you'd say this is the form horse, not an awful lot of form to go on, to be fair, but Al Hadba, representing Al Mohammedia Racing, Neil Callan and Abbas Al Mawali. He's had the one start and ran a creditable race on that occasion, finishing 4th of 16, Al Hadba.
Horse 7 then, in the colours of Abdullah Fawzi Nas, is Karina. A filly, 3-year-old filly making her racecourse debut. Hussein Maki rides for Hisham Al Haddad. Horse number 7 then, Karina.
Number 8 is Jamail, and Jamail about to step out onto the course for the very first time in her career. Jamail, a daughter of In Talak, and Rashid Ibrahim is the trainer. Jamail, number 8.
Horse number 9, that's Magsuda, in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa. Rashid Ibrahim trains this one. Abdullah Faisal takes the ride. This horse, Magsuda, having her 2nd start. She finished in the placings when running over 1,400 metres, so drops down in trip today and could come on for that run back at the beginning of February. Horse number 9 then, Magsuda.
And going down to the start nicely enough there is number 10, Silent March. Really nice looking sort, Silent March. Silent March partnered by Edinson Rodriguez for Alan Smith and M&E Racing. This is another newcomer, Silent March.
Yes, horses are on the way down for this race, but looking further afield to our 345, which is the 2nd of the Turf Series races. Delighted to be joined by Hugo Palmer, who's got a big weekend in the Middle East, starting off with number 14 in that race, Box to Box. How much are you looking forward to seeing him back on track?
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing him back on track. He ran great here first time at the first meeting, and then was very disappointing the 2nd time. I've kind of taken the view that I think he's probably runs best fresh. So we deliberately didn't run again, and also I wanted to run the 10 furlongs, and the other series races have been the 9 furlongs. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Drawing 17, but we've just noted it is what it is, really, and you might just get a bit of shielding from this wind.
Well, that's a good point. I think certainly first time we were really well drawn. I think we were drawn in 4, and he actually, on this very sharp track, he didn't have the speed to capitalise on that. So sure, if we were given the choice, we wouldn't have chosen 17, but I think since he probably has to be ridden quite patiently anyway out here, it's not the end of the world.
I love the name. Now I know the story behind it. Named by some very, very famous ex-footballers. Box to Box. Just explain a little bit more.
Yeah, so my boss, Michael Owen, plies his trade now on the television. And this horse is owned by him and 7 or 8 friends who are involved in television. So there's him and Ian Wright and Paul Scholes and Steve McManaman. And then there's Steve Bauer, who is the producer of their show. And God, I'll forget everyone else's name, but Gareth, who drives them, and Steve Bauer, who presents it. Anyway, there's a good team of them, and a few of them came out for the first meeting, and they loved it.
You go, brilliant. Last words, Flaming Rib tomorrow over in Doha, massive pot to potentially win. Yeah, to potentially win. I mean, that's very much the view. The original plan was to try to go to Saudi, where we would have been bottom rated, and we're top rated in Qatar tomorrow. Delighted to see Oisin Murphy back with a bang yesterday at Chelmsford. So otherwise it would have been 18 months since he'd ridden a winner. So yeah, really looking forward to that. Big weekend in the Middle East. Thank you, Hugo. Good luck. Pleasure. Thanks.
So the horse is heading then down to the straight 6 furlong, 1200 metre start. We're going to be seeing this start a bit later for the Bahrain Turf Series race. I'm delighted to be joined by Ibrahim Nada, one of the leading jockeys out here. Ibrahim, in your mind then, who are the leading contenders in this race?
There is 3 horses. Number 1, George, and number 6, Al Hadba, and number 9. For me, it will be number 9, Maqsouda. She'll be the favorite today. She finished 5th last time out, and Al Hadba, she finished 4th last time. So their second time out, they have all chances today.
Of the horses then making their racecourse debut, what did you make of them in the parade ring? Any ones to watch out for, those ones that we haven't seen run yet?
Yeah, number 3, Muashar, first time out. He's son of Blusar. He's good. He have good bloodline, so I think he can make something today.
And this straight 6 furlong track, it's the draw isn't necessarily important. It's more sort of where the pace is in the race, or the speedy horses around you.
Yeah, sure. Today it's windy, so I think the horse who will be covered today, he'll be better. So I think Maqsouda, she have draw 10, and the order for Abdullah, I think he has to sit cover behind number 6, Al Hadba. So hopefully he can make something.
And if you had to be on board 1 today, if you could choose, which one would you be on board to?
Number 9, Maqsouda.
Maqsouda then for Ibrahim Nada. Good luck. Thanks for joining us, Ibrahim. As the 10 runners then head behind the stalls. We've got news of a loose horse down at the start. We'll find out which one that one is. These horses very much on their toes. Not many of them have had racecourse experience. Horse number 8 then, Jamal. Horse got loose, but I think he's all right. They got hold of him anyway, so he's pretty fresh. So this, the final race then, before we really start our build up to the 2 Bahrain Turf Series races. So they've got hold of all the horses. There he is, horse number 8, and he'll be heading behind the stalls then to load up for this straight 6 furlong race for maiden local bred 3-year-olds. Nick, who do you like in this race?
Well, I was quite enjoying the extensive talk through there, and I was also rueing the fact that I said it would be so difficult to make the running, as our previous winner did, all the way up the straight here on the round 1,600 metres. So I'm fascinated to see how they're going to be doing it today as we switch to the 1,200 metre race, because the wind has unabated. Difficult to get away from, by way of a chance, horse number 6, which is Al Hadba. Neil Callan looking for another winner, and there is, appropriately on the big screen, Al Hadba, who was 4th on the sole start over 1,000 metres. Big field. George was right down the field that day as well. Got a good position midfield to track the speed, and it was speed which held up on the day, as I seem to remember. She wasn't given a hard time to edge through 4th and finish on the front foot, and I think that's the key thing. She's had a run, and Allied to that, the extra distance today, as she goes up to 1,200 metres from 1,000, looks a real positive. So with the benefit of experience and stepping up in trick could be a positive, but that's just my thoughts. Ali?
So we come to the trophy presentation for the second race. This race won by Black Shadow for Edison Rodriguez and Alan Smith. And presenting the trophies then, we welcome on Her Highness Sheikh SHEEMA bint NASSER bin HAMAD Al Khalifa Cup, and it is His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. They are presenting the trophies this day, kindly supported by His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, and that's then is victory for Black Shadow in our second race this afternoon.
Yeah, some magnificent prizes on offer. There are the horses circling behind the start. We've talked about Hadbra, who is the filly in the race, number 6, who's got a real foundation run by which to build upon. Haider Ibrahim, extremely well represented, to say the least, and maybe the pick of his could be Magzuda, once race filly, who completes the stables runners, who was 5th to Echo Through Time on debut here 2 weeks ago. That was over 1,400 metres. That was okay, albeit well beaten. Now tackles the 1,200 metre race. But I have to say, in accordance with the international markets, Al Hadba did look to have leading claims. We'll see how some of these debutants get on. We've got the likes of George, who's had a run. A few of them have. Kaylan has had a run. Sharid's had a couple as well. But some of these younger horses are getting a bit agitated, and as I say that, Sharid, who's had a couple of starts so far, debuted on the 13th of January and last seen behind Echo Through Time 2 weeks ago, getting a little upset. Muasha, a blue Thar going forward on debut. They're the Folsey Silks of Karina, a filly on debut, daughter of Halkin. She's got the middle draw in 5 to get a good lead and see how they want to see this, if that's how they want to play it. One kicking out as well. They are probably young horses, just getting a little bit frisky as they face that extremely strong wind, which will be rattling all the way. And that's the thing, rattling the starting stalls as well. A couple of horses still to go forward, includes the well-fancied Al Hadba. Here's Darren.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, this is a 3-year-old maiden over the straight 1,200, 6 furlongs. George is still out of line. George to go into stall number 2, and also to go in is Silent March, who will occupy stall number 9. And Al Hadba not quite in position yet. Al Hadba, I suppose the form horse of the race. A Silent March. Still to go in, Edison Rodriguez for M&D Racing and Alan Smith. They've already struck today. So Silent March is in at the 1,000, all in. Sharid getting restless. And they're racing. And a little slow to go was Silent March, and away smartly was Al Hadba, and racing in the centre, Kahalan and George is well to the fore. Karina is just in behind the leaders, followed by Sharid and Fihada, and then about 3 lengths off the speed, Magsuda. Silent March now stepping forward. Muash is really green and outpaced, and ditto Jamail heading down towards the final 800, and it's George the leader. Leads by about 1.5 lengths from Kahalan, just being niggled along and losing second to Al Hadba. Silent March now making progress to the right. Over to the left is Fihada, now being asked to pick up. Leaders are being chased by Sharid, who's about 2 lengths further back, followed by Karina, heading down towards the last 400. The strong travelling Al Hadba. Neil Callan to the near side is in front. Here comes Magsuda with a run. Karina and George still in there pitching. Al Hadba in front. Magsuda trying to throw down a challenge. George is towards the centre of the course with Karina, who's still running green. Al Hadba's been claimed, and it's Karina and Magsuda inside the final 100, and Karina's the one quickening on from Magsuda to the near side. Karina stretching away by a couple of lengths, has got it sewn up. It is Karina on debut, tight for the places with Sharid and Magsuda, stable companions ahead of George, and they are clear of Muasha, was really green. Al Hadba dropping away very quickly. The last one to cross the line was Fiada, but Karina has won it. it for Hussein Maki, Hisham Al-Haddad, Abdullah Fawzi Nas, Karina. This filly has stretched away very nicely to win on her racecourse debut. A little bit green there, just drifting towards the centre in the end, but number 7, Karina, has won. It was a close call for second place. Maksouda and Sharid, stable companions, they're involved in a close call for places, with number 1, George, in 4th spot.
You know, the level of form that had been shown so far was certainly not limitless compared to what the debutants were going to have to go and do. One of the debutants has very much announced herself. That is Karina, who wandered here, there and everywhere, having come towards the centre and ended up on the far side, maybe just showing the inexperience, maybe just shying away from this extremely strong wind that she would have been running into. She would have slipstreamed, which would have been key. As the race began to hot up, you can see there the distinctive colours of Fawzi Nas just bobbing up in behind. That was in behind Al-Hadba, who I thought had got a good lead at a point, but she was sent for home in the hands of Neil Callan. She's quite diminutive and she hasn't seen it out in the conditions. She's just wandered off to her left, but let's just spot the striped cap. You're going to see the rider with the persuader in the right hand. She was about to lug off to her right, but it's a fine way to announce herself on debut. It's a double for the stable. Going great guns, Hisham Al-Haddad after the first winner of the day. A tight finish between 2 of the Haida Ibrahim runners, Maksouda and Sharid, both with that bit of experience. But distinctive colours, I know very well. And a nice way to announce yourself. Karina, who's a daughter of Halkin, who had a nice draw right up the middle, had the option to take that little bit of a slipstream. And once she hit the front, she just wandered a bit, but she's got ability. Maybe she was green, maybe she didn't like the wind. It's perfectly forgivable, but she's won. It's Karina who's taken race 3.
So a second victory then for the Fawzi Nas stable trainer Hisham Al-Haddad. This one in his own colours. He bred the horse related to the very good Sabrina. Let's get a round of applause then to our winner, trained by Hisham Al-Haddad, ridden by Hussein Maki. It's Karina.
The result of the third race is His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup 3-year-old maiden race. First, number 7, Karina. Second, number 4, Sharid. Third, number 9, Maksouda. And fourth, number 1, George. The distance is 2 1/4 lengths and ahead. 2 1/4 lengths and ahead. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 18.04. 1 minute 18.04. The result is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
So we come to the trophy presentation for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup, and delighted that we have got His Highness Sheikh Hamdan here to present the trophy. I think the trophy might be bigger than His Highness Sheikh Hamdan. Delighted though that he is here, and he's presenting the trophy to the winning connections of Karina, trainer Hisham Al Haddad, jockey Hussein Maki, and owner Abdullah Fauzi Nas there, all receiving the trophy from His Highness Sheikh Hamdan. Well done to Karina, winner of our third race. And a very good afternoon. Welcome to the Rashid Horse Racing and Equestrian Club, and we welcome our viewers from around the world as you join us as we start our build-up then to the final two Bahrain Turf Series races of the season. This 10-race series is run from the middle of December right through to today, and we've got two really competitive races. Nick Lightfoot, your first time here in Bahrain. Enjoying the afternoon so far?
I'm really enjoying it. It's not quite what I thought it would be conditions-wise. It's beautifully bright and sunny. We're actually stood under a little bit of shelter. But if you were anywhere over there, you'd be being buffeted about with the wind. And we've just seen the young horses in the previous race get blown somewhere between here and the other side of the track. It went to a debutant, didn't it, in the previous race, and she just got carried over. So I'm interested to see how these sprinters are going to be finishing in a few minutes.
I come here regularly, as you know, sort of most Fridays, and actually the weather, the wind can always be a bit of a factor. So I think these older horses should be a bit more used to it. But, you know, a great crowd here this afternoon. The whole day is sponsored by His Highness Sheikh NASSER Al Khalifa, and he's giving cars away, and people are here doing the draws, and you can see the crowds really are filling the grandstand here. And the atmosphere is building. The horses are in the parade ring ahead of our first Bahrain Turf Series race. This one is the Al Sakir Cup, and Nick, we've talked about how competitive all the races on the Turf Series has been, but this one, as you know, as competitive as they come, really. 18 runners, the maximum field over this straight 1,200 metres.
Yeah, it should be. I guess a lot of people are going to be looking to the race that you would have seen a couple of weeks ago, won by Deep Intrigue, who just denied Derarin sort of clubhouse leader of those that step forwards. And we've got Pure Dreamer, who ran all over the track when finishing third. I particularly fancy that horse. And actually, one or two of them just might have been drawn on the wrong side. A man who I think ran in a little bit of an inconvenienced part of the track might just have a chance. So we'll see, but I think you could have 6 goes at it and not get right.
No, it's very, very tricky. There are 4 internationally trained horses then amongst the 18, and they include Get It for George Baker, who's having his first run over 6 furlongs out here, very much a 5 furlong specialist, and I quite fancy him if he stays the trip, and he's only run once over the 6 furlongs, didn't go quite to plan. So Get It, one of the speediest horses out here, is an interesting runner for George Baker. But then we've got the likes of Coonan for Richard Fahey, another international runner, and Ross O'Sullivan's got Warrior Brave. He's here, so we'll try and catch up with him. And then a little bit later, we just want to touch on the other Bahrain Turf Series race. We've got the Vision 2030 Cup, this one over the 2,000 metres. And just very quickly, another very competitive race, and a lot of horses we've seen throughout the series running again.
Yeah, very much so. Classical Wave, a length beaten by King of Conquest here, one of the Godolphin winners from a couple of weeks ago. Likely to have lots of supporters. I'll tell you what, I'll give you Merlin's Beard to run well off last time, but that's just my 2 pence worth.
So the Vision 2030 Cup is at 3:45, but we've got the Al Sakir Cup coming up at 3:15, so let's get all the runners and riders with Darren Owen.
Thanks, Ali. Yes, we've got a busy parade ring for the Al Sakir Cup. A full field, really competitive. Let's take a look at the runners and riders now for the final leg of the Turf Series for the sprinters. Number 1, Fighter Pilot Stefan Pasquet. 2, Ocean Star Marvin Grandin. 3, Get It Andrea Zini. 4, Rebel at Dawn Harry Davis. 5, Wowzers Liam Canary. 6, Derarin Shane Gray. 7, Pure Dreamer Gerald Mosse. 8, Kink Stefan Lajaj. 9, Avago Joe Anas Al Siabi. 10, Aman Abdullah Faisal. 11, Devast Neil Callan. 12, Dark Line Rosie Jessup. 13, Graphite Storm Andrew Elliott. 14, London Look and Jan van Overmeer. 15, Warrior Brave Danny Sheehy. 16, Here We Go Dandy Connor Planner. 17, Leath Marcelias Juras, and 18, Hunan Hussein Maki. The reserves not required. So let's take a look at the field.
So let's have a look at these horses then in the parade ring for this Al Sakir Cup. And horse number 1 is Fighter Pilot, a prolific winner out here over this distance. Previously trained by Kevin Ryan back in the UK, and has been well placed this season. Top of the handicap then for horse number 1, who's going to be ridden by Stefan Pasquier. Hisham Al Haddad is the trainer. Horse 1, Fighter Pilot.
Number 2 is Ocean Star. Marvin Grandin taking the ride. Ocean Star was 4th last time in the Howard Cup. Quite often gets outpaced, but finishes off really well. It's number 2, Ocean Star.
Horse number 4 then is Rebel at Dawn, one of a couple of runners for the Al Adiat racing team. Alan Smith trains this, Harry Davis rides this, ex-Carl Burke horse, a 5-time winner, Rebel at Dawn. All those victories come over 5 furlongs, and stepping up to the 6 furlongs, the 1,200 metres this afternoon. So horse number 4, Rebel at Dawn.
Let's go back to the 3 horse. This is a Get It. Caught the eye when awkwardly away in the Al Manama Cup earlier on in the winter, and was a good second behind Mobadel last time. That's number 3, Get It for George Baker and Andrea Zini.
Horse number 5 then is one of 3 runners for the Al Mohammed Deer Racing Team. This is Wowzers, a 3-time career winner. 3 runs in Bahrain, used to be with Clive Cox in the UK. Hisham Al-Haddad is the trainer. Liam Canary rides this. Ran very well 2 times ago, winning, beating Pure Dreamer in a handicap, but disappointed last time, finishing well behind Deep Intrigue in the last Bahrain Turf Series race. So horse number 5 then is Wowzers.
And in behind there, we saw Derin. That was number 6, but we shot on to number 7, Pure Dreamer. This is Pure Dreamer, who ran 3rd last time behind Deep Intrigue. Again, doing his best work at the finish, but it was interesting. This horse hung right across the course on that occasion. Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe and Melbourne Cup winning jockey Gerald Mosse takes the ride on Pure Dreamer.
Horse number 6, that is Darien, heading down to the start. Just a neck second to Deep Intrigue in the last Bahrain Turf Series race. Shane Gray takes the ride, though, on this Jabba Ramadan-trained gelding, a 5-time winner and just a 4-year-old. This horse, prolific winner for Jessica Harrington in Ireland, and could be still improving at 4. So with every chance, there's horse number 6, Darien.
Moving on to Kinks, number 8, Kinks, unplaced last time in the Howard Cup, but has scored on 1 occasion in the past here in Bahrain. That was last winter. That's number 8, Kinks.
Horse 9 then is Ava Gojo, a horse having just his 2nd start in Bahrain. Used to be with Tim Easterby. Won his first start here over the 1,000 metres. This a much tougher race, and up in trip to the 1,200 metres. So that's horse number 9 in the yellow colours. Anna Salcio-Arbi rides this one for Jabba Ramadan. Ava Gojo.
In the green jacket there, number 10, Aman and Abdullah Faisal. This horse was 6th, beaten around about 4.5 lengths last time in the Howard Cup. I would describe that performance as nearest finish. Was really running on towards the end of the race, hit the line strongly, and had won the time before over the 1,200. That's number 10, Aman.
Horse number 11 then is Neil Callan on board Devast, horse trained by Hisham Al-Haddad and having his 3rd start in Bahrain. He won on his debut back in mid-January, disappointed last time, but Neil Callan opted for Devast out of the 3 Al Mohammed Deer Racing horses, and looking for a double after winning the Arab race earlier this afternoon. So horse number 11 is Devast.
Picking up number 12 there, Dark Line, red jacket, white armlet, striped cap in the colours of Victorious and Fauzi Nas. Rosie Jessup takes the ride on board Dark Line, who was 5th over the mile 1600 when last seen. Was well held in the Anchorman Cup behind King of Conquest. So the thing about Dark Line is today he is dropping back in trip. That's number 12, Dark Line.
The grey is Graphite Storm. That is horse number 13. Been out here for a number of years, this 9-year-old, but not recorded victory since January 2021. Graphite Storm then. Andrew Elliott rides for Ali Jan. That's horse number 13.
Picking up number 14 there down at the start, just arriving at the start. That's London Look in the purple and pink jacket. Was 4th behind Mobadel. That was recently. In fact, that was last week. Beaten 4 lengths that day. This horse has got 1 career win in the book in France. That is London Look, number 14.
Well done at the start then. Horse number 15 is Warrior Brave, another of the international runners. Ross O'Sullivan trains this one. Danny Sheehy takes the ride. Warrior Brave having his 3rd start this season. Finished behind Wowzers in a local race back on the 20th of January. The time before that was finished 6th behind Dark Shadow. So horse number 15, owned by Eleonora Kennedy, is Warrior Brave.
Yeah, we're being buffeted about here in the programme, but thanks to Ross O'Sullivan for standing by. He's got Warrior Brave, horse number 15, who is having a third start out here. I don't think he's run badly at all, has he?
No, he's been competitive all the way through, and lucky enough his owner's here today. She took a flight in from America, Eleanor Kennedy. He's a horse that's been running good races all year. He's brought us to plenty of places, Ascot and to here. Ran very well the first day, finishing 6th and 5th the last day. He's competitive. We hope for a good run today. We hope he's in the prize money. It looks a competitive race as always, and yeah, conditions are going to be tough going today with that headwind. He's going to have to get cover and try and, yeah, it's whoever's the toughest today.
It is a bit, and we were just saying that he wins small field races, but he's very competitive in the big ones as well.
Yeah, he's run with plenty of credit all year. A little bit of a monkey, definitely saves a little bit for himself. Cheek pieces keep him interested. We're just hoping for a good run. We're enjoying the trip and really looking forward to it.
I know you scratched longboard later, but just a word on the place as well. It's my first visit here, really impressed. How have you enjoyed your spell in Bahrain?
Yeah, well, the fact that we came back again, like I said, the people have been really, really good. It's a thing that's growing fast. I think it's going to get better and better. Same from last year to this year, and I'd say the same again. We couldn't be happier we're here. There was a good Irish contingent here the last time, and they were all very impressed, and they're all talking about coming back again for next year's series.
It's like weather on the west coast of Ireland at the moment, isn't it? Ross, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you for waiting around.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck to Ross with Warrior Brave. Let's have a look at the three horses then we missed earlier in the parade ring. We've got horse number 16, Here We Go Dandy, trained over in Scandinavia by Niels Peterson. Connor Planas takes the ride on that. It will be in the yellow, the white, that's it, the white and the blue colours. That's Here We Go Dandy. Horse number 16 having his second start in the Bahrain Turf Series. Horse number 17 is Laith in the black and gold colours. Be circling down at the start there, regular in the big races here. Not one though for a fair while. May 2019, the last time Laith finished in front. Hisham Al Haddad trains this one though. Markelis Juras takes the ride on Laith. And finally, the other Al Mohammedia racing horse we haven't seen is horse number 18, Cunanan, trained by Richard Fahy in the UK. Hussein Mackie looking for a quick double on board Cunanan, horse that was highly regarded in the UK, finished second in the Group 2 Richmond Stakes at Glorious Goodwood. Been disappointing since coming out here, but a horse on his day could very much trouble the leading contenders. There we are, that's horse number 18, Cunanan. So we've got all 18 then down at the start for this Bahrain Turf Series race. And a lot of these runners then we would have seen last time back on the 3rd of February on King's Cup Day, on Crown Prince's Cup Day rather, running over this course and distance. We've got the 2nd, 3rd and 4th lining up against each other. That's Cunanan, one of 3 horses in the race, as said, for Al Mohammedia Racing. Those colours very much dominated the Bahrain Turf Series this season. And the international market, Nick, has joint favourites, Get It and Pure Dreamer. What do you make of those two?
Well, having spoken to a member of Brian Kelly of the My Racehorse and Partners crew for Get It, wishing them the absolute best of luck as the horse goes back up in trip. I do think I can see exactly why Pure Dreamer would have taken quite so much support off the back of that hugely eye-catching third deep intrigue last time. Hung right across the track. There is Get It, hung right across the track, in behind Dererin, but maybe it's just a case, a bit like our first race today, our first thoroughbred race, of sticking with the actual result from last time, because Dererin, a very good second on that occasion, looks to confirm the form with Pure Dreamer. People will be understandably attracted to that form. Right, there's Have a Go Joe, just rearing up ever so slightly, the winner just a couple of weeks ago. Maybe the consensus has been that higher drawn runners could be key, but I just wonder Whether it's going to be quite as marked on this occasion, we'll find out. There will be horses looking for that bit of shelter, jockeys looking to slipstream in the run in the main body of the field, and we'll see who can be delivered to pounds for success. Good race this, looking forward to it, Ali.
We saw Fighter Pilot going in there, not too many left to load, but this will be interesting to see how the race pans out. Last time they ran over this course and distance very much split into two groups, and it was the higher numbers that finished at first, second, third and fourth. So we'll wait and see what's happening here, but let's hand up then to Darren Owen, who's going to call home this Al Sakir Cup.
Thanks, Ali. Yes, we are well through the loading up procedure now for the Al Sakir Cup, the final leg of the Turf Series for the sprinters over the straight 1200. London Look is still out of line. That one drawn in stall number 3, going forward now. So that looks about it. And they're racing. Graphite Storm the Grey began well. Aman is showing up prominently. Rebel at Dawn, London Look, and they are right there to the far side with Kunan in the yellow cap. Behind the leaders over on the far side is Warrior Brave with Here We Go Dandy, and then comes Kinks and Layeth. Right at the back end of the field, Dark Line is already getting outpaced, and quite a few of those drawn on the near side are edging over now to join the far side group. Get It is in that category in the black and white jacket in mid-division, followed by Aman and Avigo Joe. Fighter Pilot has stayed near side, tracked by Divast, and then comes Pure Dreamer. They're being chased by Wowzers. Dererin and Ocean Star are the last couple, heading down towards the last 500, and it is Rebel at Dawn over on the far side, being chased by Kinks, and Kunan Layeth is over on the rail. Then London Look, Fighter Pilot, Divast, and Pure Dreamer to the right as they head down towards the last 200 metres. Rebel at Dawn's got a break on the far side group. Divast is staying on near side with Pure Dreamer, Fighter Pilot, Warrior Tail, Layeth, London Look, Graphite Storm. They all follow. 100 left to go. Divast coming home really well. Pure Dreamer's hanging again. Rebel at Dawn still running on the far rail. It is Divast to the near side. Divast, near side prevails. Divast beats Pure Dreamer. Rebel at Dawn back in third. Graphite Storm, Fighter Pilot, Warrior Tail. They follow, followed by Wowzers. And then came Dark Line, who was never nearer. Derin never figured today. Then Aman and Layeth. And looking back, Avigo Joe was the last one in. So Divast has won it. Number 11, Divast, Neil Callan and Hisham Al-Haddad, drawn in stall number 18. Drawn widest of all. It was interesting today. We started off with two groups, a few of those racing on the near side, elected to join the far side group very early, but Divast stayed near side, showing good toe with Pure Dreamer on the near side. And Divast, a winner here last month, has gone on to score for Neil Callan, Hisham Al-Haddad and Al-Mohammedia Racing. Your provisional winner of the Al Sakir Cup.
Yeah, how about that? We were talking about the draw beforehand, and the consensus can be the high numbers. Whether it was going to be quite so pronounced on this day of extreme wind, I did question, but it has been. And Divast, under that irresistible Neil Callan, he really has been this way at Bahrain, and as part of the Turf Series as well, has won from 18, beating Pure Dreamer at 17. What a run from Rebel at Dawn under Harry Davis, who's got the ride on box to box a little bit later, but bang, back to form for that horse. The winning horse, horse 11, Divast, down towards that stand side, was 8th from draw 6 in the Deep Intrigue race last time, was behind Pure Dreamer, but it shows what the difference can be made with the draw. Neil Callan back aboard. Neil Callan, who was winning on the horse 2 starts ago, back on the 14th of January. Well, he's won his last 2 now, and it's a power-packed delivery down that stand side. He's always been a sprinter of talent. Pure Dreamer had one towards his inside. You just wondered whether he'd be doing his party trick and wandering around a little bit. Fortunately, it wasn't to be on that occasion. And Rebel at Dawn, you've got to give that horse a massive word, because he's run a super race. It's a race I want to pull back a couple of times. He won here first up for Alan Smith back in January. A horse who'd gone close over 1,200 metres in the UK. Just seems a little bit better at 1,000. Maybe just lacking for it at the end of the 1,200 metres. But then again, over on that far side, he beat the rest of them hands down. Wasn't for the faint-hearted, that sprint, running into the teeth of the gale. But Divast down the stand side as Neil Callan closes in on 30 wins out here this term, has done best of all. Welcoming back our winner.
Well, let's have a word with winning jockey Neil Callan as we just get some space here. Neil, another big win for you, another Bahrain Turf Series win. This time on board Devast, a horse that you won on previously back at the beginning of the season, and back on board this afternoon. And Neil, if I can just catch up with you. Neil, talk us through that one.
Yeah, look, you know, this horse won very well first time up. Probably wasn't 100%, a lesser grade of race, but actually I watched his run last time in the series race, and he's actually a little bit unlucky. Got impeded on his run a few times, and he still ran with credit. And I didn't think he was quite, you know, mentally ready for the series races the second time up. So with that in mind, I thought coming in today, and his work in between had been very good. I felt like he's matured a little bit and he's got a little bit better. And you know, Alan McCabe used to have this horse. He sold him in England, and when he sold him to Bahrain, he's driving me mad with messages. How's the horse? How's the horse? But he'll be very pleased that his horse has won, and His Highness Sheikh Sultan does brilliant buying these horses in the horse and training sale in Tats. So yeah, it's great to win another series race.
It sure is. But in terms of the race, because you were drawn the widest, and actually you beat, you know, it's 18 draws, stall 18, beat stall 17 in the end.
I was a little bit worried, not before the race, but I was a little bit worried about halfway, because the far side had a bit of a mountainous advantage on us. But I thought into this headwind, I thought they're going a little bit hard, and I'm following Stefan Pesquer, and he's a top jockey, so he's going to rate his horse very well, and I got there quite comfortable, and he's quickened really well, so nice performance.
Well, congratulations, Neil. Enjoy the reception you're going to be receiving. A double for Neil Callan, another big race win for Al Mohammedia Racing and His Highness Sheikh Sultan. He'll be enjoying that as they come on and into the parade ring. Neil Callan, no stranger to the winner's enclosure here. Leading jockey out here at the moment. Records another big race win, this time on Devast, taking the Al Sakir Cup.
So the results of the Al Sakir Cup. First, number 11, Devast. Second, number 7, Pure Dreamer. Third, number 4, Rebel at Dawn. And fourth, number 13, Graphite Storm. Fifth horse home was number 1, Fighter Pilot. The distance is 2 lengths and 1.5 lengths. 2 lengths and 1.5 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 13.61. 1 minute 13.61.
Yeah, horse with a power pack finished, taking a very well-earned drink, and it's going to be a sign your life away a moment for Neil Callan. No strange success here and in the biggest races, winning the Al Sakir Cup. One of our final 2 Bahrain Turf Series races. This was the sprint, and it's been won in devastating style by a son of Biratino. From stall 18, there we go, in glorious slow motion, down towards the stand side. The race was done as a contest by this point. Pure Dreamer, a massive eye-catcher last time. Well, he's reversed that form with Dererin. But he couldn't live with Devast, who, it turned out, had an unfancied single-figure draw last time. The highest draw this time, 18 of 18. And there you go. That was the salute of a winning jockey and a man who is riding the crest of the wave at the moment. It's been a strong, strong day for Neil Callan. He might not be done yet. That's his raison d'etre when it comes to racing here in Bahrain. Do think that the third's run an absolutely super race. That was Rebel at Dawn. And Pure Dreamer, upstanding. that deep intrigue form, only beaten 2 lengths last time, didn't wander across and do his party trick, which was much delight, no doubt, of the connections. That was a quick look back at one of our feature races as we rejoin Ali.
Well, enjoying his 6th Bahrain Turf Series victory this season is His Highness Sheikh Sultan Al Din, part of the Al Mohammedia racing team, because you're very much a team with your brothers as well, and another big win for you in your colours. And just how much are you enjoying this season with the team of horses you brought over?
Yes, we're really enjoying it, and we're thanking all the team of Al Mohammedia, trainers, jockeys, everyone, to be honest. Our brothers, friends, everyone.
Did you expect this one, Devast, to win today?
Well, we thought that he would run well, to be honest. So he wasn't drawn the far side. That was worrying me first. Then it helped him. Today it was windy. The pace helped him, and as you saw, he ran very well.
And you've got Merlin's Beard in the next race, and you've got a number in the next race, but would Merlin's Beard be your selection for that one? Neil Callan opting to ride him as well?
Well, last time he was his first run, so maybe this time he will run a bit better. So we're hoping a great run also from Merlin's Beard.
Now, I have to ask you, because we've got plenty of viewers back home in the UK, and obviously you've got a super strong team, and you're having some number of big race wins out here. What's your team looking like back in the UK? You've got some nice young horses to look forward to.
Yes, we're all ready. They're 2-year-olds, but we're not sure what will run yet. It doesn't show at this time who will be sharp enough. So we're hoping also we have also a nice horse there for the summer.
But you're just enjoying the sport, whether it's here in the UK, around the world with your family?
Everywhere, winter and summer.
Well, lovely to see you. Thank you very much, then, winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Sultan Al Din and Al Mohammedia Racing.
Yeah, a real celebration of sport and the sport of horse racing we've got here, with a fantastic effort from Devast to win the first of our feature races, the Al Sakir Cup, sponsored by Batelco. 1,200 metres was the test. Devast passing it in flying colours. Pure Dreamer was second, and Rebel at Dawn comfortably the best of those drawn low, who broke from stall 6, finishing in third. It was 18 beating 17 as regards the draws, first and second. And for those wondering who was best outside of the first 3, it was a horse who was a big price on the international markets. Graphite Storm, horse number 13, unlucky for some, but not for Graphite Storm. It was third to Wowzers when last seen. It got some competitive form, but it got some form to find and finished 4th. It's a race certainly to unpick a few times. One more race to go in the series, which will be run locally at 3:45. The Vision 2030 Cup, sponsored by GFH, 2,000 metres. That man, Neil Callan, will be looking for another winner on Merlin's Beard. Well, they've been treated to plenty of good action as we've reached the halfway point, and there's plenty still to come. Don't forget, there'll be a few people winning a car a little bit later. I'm not sure whether that young lad will be, but there he is. We've seen a few stars on show. Give us a wave. Not quite. Enjoying the afternoon nonetheless. And the wind, well, it might have stopped the participation, the presence of a few people, but still densely populated and packed here, which is great to see at the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club. Beautiful afternoon. You wouldn't know that it's gale force out there on the track. And still plenty to look forward to with the Vision 2030 Cup, over 2,000 metres coming up in just a few moments. But before that, we've got to make our previous race official and crown the winners, Ali.
Yes, trophy presentation time for the Al Sakir Cup, kindly sponsored by Batelco. And Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, the chairman of the Bahrain telecommunications company Batelco, will be presenting the trophies. And trophies then to be received by the owners, Al Mohammedia Racing, by trainer Hisham Al Haddad, and by jockey Neil Callan. Well done. 2 connections of Devast winning the Al Sakir Cup. Our 9th race as part of the Bahrain Turf Series, and another Bahrain Turf Series race going to the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Devast, winner of the Al Sakir Cup.
So, as Ali was saying, it is the final leg of the Turf Series now for the middle distance horses, the Vision 2030 Cup, sponsored by GFH. So this is over 2,000 metres, mile and a quarter. The journey number 1, Classical Wave and Stefan Pasquet. 2, Goman and Andrea Zini. 3, Marie's Diamond, Rosie Jessup. 4, Merlin's Beard, Neil Callan. 5 is Takaria, Marvin Grandin. 6, Grigadale, Liam Canary. 7 is Massaman and Jan van Overmeer. 8, Mark of Respect, Anas Al-Siabi. 9, Mission Boy, Abdullah Faisal. Note the number 10, Longbourn, is a non-runner. That horse has been scratched. 11 is Chianti Edinson Rodriguez. 12, What's the Story, and Shane Gray. 13, American Flag, Gerald Mosse. 14, Box to Box, Harry Davis. 15, Knight of Honor, Stefan Lajaj. 16, Mr. Professor Andrew Elliott. 17, Tafakor and Marcel Jores. And 18, Inigo Jones. Connor Planis is aboard. Field of 17 to go to post for the final leg of the Turf Series for the middle distance horses, the Vision 2030 Cup, sponsored by GFH.
So you can see the horses making their way down the chute towards the parade ring. Beautiful sunny day, but mighty windy it is. And we heard from Neil Callan about the strong headwind. And in this race, over 2,000 metres, I'm sure the runners were wanting to be getting a bit of cover. But then let's have a look then at these horses in a little bit more detail. We've got the 17 runners in this. And we're going to have a look at horse number 2 first. That is Gaumont, beautiful dark grey colt by Dark Angel in the colours of MKR Racing. Andrea Atzini, stable jockey, takes the ride on Gaumont. Had Ibrahim is the trainer. Finished 6th in the Crown Prince's Cup when we last saw him, having won his first start in Bahrain. He's a lightly raced horse. He's won 3 out of his 6 starts. And today, stepping back into handicap company, down from listed company in the Crown Prince's Cup. So could be an easier task for horse number 2, Gaumont.
Number 5 is Takaria. On the international markets, this horse would be one of the outsiders. Takaria only beat 1 horse home last time. That was in the race won by Warren Point. Takaria, a winner over 1,800 metres back in December.
Horse number 6 is Grigadale for Liam Canary, jockey. Ali Abdulmajid trains this one. Ex-David Barron horse, won his final 2 starts in the UK before winning his first 2 starts over here. He's struggled a bit in recent runs, having stepped up in company, up in class. But on his day is a good one. Grigadale is horse number 6.
On to number 9, this is Mission Boy. Abdullah Faisal is aboard, and Mission Boy was, I'm afraid, 4th of 4 last time, behind one of today's rivals, that was Massaman. But Mission Boy did actually win here last month, beating Mark of Respect by a length and a quarter on that occasion. Mission Boy, number 9.
Horse number 11 is Chianti for trainer Niels Peterson, one of the international trainers who's got 2 horses over here for the winter. Chianti is having his 3rd start in Bahrain. He's finished down the placings so far, so looking to improve his form out here this afternoon. Edison Rodriguez takes the ride for the Norwegian trainer Niels Peterson. That's horse number 11, Chianti.
Number 12 is What's the Story. What's the Story certainly had a busy 12 months and ran a really good race here, really respectable 3rd behind King of Conquest last time, trained in Scotland by Keith Dalglish. That was a really encouraging effort when last seen from What's the Story.
Horse number 13 is American Flag in the colours of Al Adiat Racing. Gerard Mosse takes the ride on this one for trainer Alan Smith, having his 3rd start in Bahrain. Previously was with Ed Walker in the UK. An interesting son of See the Stars in this race. Finished a good 2nd just last weekend to Goumays. And up in trip, though, this afternoon to 2,000 metres. So horse number 13 is American Flag.
Number 14 is Box to Box, trained by Hugo Palmer, and Harry Davis takes the rise. Had a couple of runs in Turf Series races. Best effort was behind Lucanda back in December. This horse was in really good form in the UK last Turf Flat season, winning 3 times. Box to Box is number 14.
Horse 15 in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing, who won the last race. This is Knight of Honour, trained by Richard Fahy. Stefan LeJudge takes the ride on this. Horse that won a local handicap back on the 7th of January. Disappointed last time we saw him running in a Bahrain Turf Series race. That's his horse number 15, Knight of Honour.
Number 16, another one of the outsiders in this field, Mr. Professor Andrew Elliott is aboard. Mr. Professor for the stable of Alice Haynes. Has been well held in 3 starts here this winter. One occasion was a bit keen, so we need to find a bit of improvement today for Mr. Professor to step forward. Number 16.
Horse number 17, eye-catching grey. That is Tafarkor for Basim Madi. Michaelis Juris takes the ride in this. This horse has been running in the UAE for a number of years before coming over here, now having his 2nd start in Bahrain. Hasn't won for quite a while, though. Horse number 17 is one of the outsiders of the field, Tafarkor.
Number 18 for the Jamie Osborne stable, Inigo Jones. Conor Planis is aboard. Horse showed up prominently before just running out of steam inside the last 100 metres last time in the race won by King of Conquest. It was an encouraging 3rd to the Kovacs kid here in December. Number 18, Inigo Jones.
Horse number 3 then, this dark bay, almost black, is Marie's Diamond, who has been a superstar for Connections over in the UK, been running in all of the top handicaps, been placed in Group 3s and enlisted company. Marie's Diamond, trained by Roger Fell. Rosie Jessup takes the ride this afternoon. Hasn't run perhaps up to his best form out here, but a real super horse for Connections. That is horse number 3, Marie's Diamond.
Number 4, Merlin's Beard. Merlin's Beard finished in midfield behind King of Conquest last time on his debut in Bahrain. Winner twice to 2,400 metres on the all-weather at Lingfield last year for trainer Richard Hughes. Merlin's Beard, 1 or 2 shrewdies like the chances of Merlin's Beard today. And what can you say about the team? Hisham Al-Haddad and Neil Callan at the top of their game this afternoon.
Horse number 8 is Mark of Respect, a 3-time winner in the UK for Johnny Portman. Had 3 runs over here in Bahrain, finishing 4th last time out in the Bahrain Turf Series race on Crown Prince's Cup Day. A winner before that, and 2nd on his 1st start out here. So some nice form for horse number 8, Mark of Respect.
And Massaman had a very nice introduction to the Bahraini scene with that win here a few weeks ago when beating Tall Order by 3 parts of a length. Formerly trained in Ireland, scored 3 times there in Ireland. That's number 7, Massaman.
And last but not least, there's horse number 1, Classical Wave, in the colours of Victorious Racing. And this hugely popular horse out here won a Bahrain Turf Series race last year, finished 2nd on his latest start on the Bahrain Turf Series race back on Crown Prince's Cup Day behind King of Conquest, the Godolphin winner. Classical Wave then has been running in many of the top races out here this afternoon. And he'll be ridden today by Stéphane Pasquier. Arc de Triomphe winning jockey Hisham Al-Haddad is the trainer. That is horse number 1, Classical Wave.
Yeah, really pleased to be joined by a familiar face as well, Owen Walsh, who oversees the Racing Academy here, manages the Racing Academy, and is in charge of the training of What's the Story over here, who's trained by Keith Dalglish back home. This is horse number 12, who's been a really popular horse down the years. He ran a cracker last time. Are we expecting more of the same?
Yeah, obviously it's a bit more competitive today, but he's in great form, he's training well, and we're quite hopeful of another big run.
I always thought of him back in the day as a 1,600 metre mile horse, but he won in the UK over 2,000 metres. The trip's no issue, is it?
No. It's a shame he's just not a couple of years younger. I would have loved to have seen him come here as a 6 or 7 year old, where I think he would have definitely picked up a couple of series.
Has he really, of the horses you've overseen out here, really adopted life out here, adapted well to it?
Yeah, massively. He's thrived under the great weather here, and I think the track suits him as well, but you can get in long canters into him. So, yeah, I said he's really enjoyed his time here.
We can see him on the big screen. He's gleaming, enjoying himself, despite the wind. How are you enjoying your time out here?
Yeah, I love it here.
Yeah. How long has it been now?
This is my second season here. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to going home in April time. I enjoy being out here. It's good people, it's good fun, and yeah.
And can you already feel in the year or so that you've said, if this is your second season, this sort of race and jurisdiction developing and getting stronger all the time out here?
Oh, massively. It's getting bigger and bigger. Even the standard of riding from the young apprentices coming through is really, really going forward.
Excellent. It's been a big day today, and we really hope he runs well again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there is What's the Story in picture there. It'd be great to record one final international victory in this turf series. We've had a few, but the locals certainly dominating, really. What's the Story, trained by Keith Dalgleish. But the horse, in terms of the international market, topping that would be Classical Wave, horse number 1 in the victorious colours. A horse that has run in many a top race out here and ran very well when we last saw him, finishing just a length behind the Godolphin winner, King of Conquest, in the Bahrain Turf Series race back on Crown Princess Cup Day over 1,800 metres. The step up to 2,000 metres shouldn't be a problem for Classical Wave. He won a Bahrain Turf Series race last year, and he looks very well down there at the start. He looked really well in the parade ring. That is horse number 1, Stéphane Pasquier. Another horse then at the top of the international market would be horse number 4, Merlin's Beard. In the familiar Al Mohammedia racing colours, Neil Cannon looking for his 3rd victory this afternoon, and trainer Hisham Al Haddad. Neil opting to ride Merlin's Beard, gets the selection, and we heard from His Highness Sheikh Sultan, who's got high hopes for this one. Merlin's Beard was with Richard Hughes in the UK, 6-time winner over there, had just the 1 run in the Turf Series race back on Crown Princess Cup Day. Perhaps a little bit disappointing, but actually probably didn't have the smoothest run through under jockey Liam Kinneary. So hoping for a bit of an easier run of it this afternoon. That's Merlin's Beard. Nick, what's your pick in this race?
Well, I'm afraid the one you've just been talking about, he's shackled by the fact that I've had a few pounds to his back by selecting him. Merlin's Beard, I thought it was a good run. He stuck about in the lead till the last 250 metres or so before fading. I'd anticipate we're going to get better today, given the way the race could play out for him. He's not badly drawn at all in 7, had a wide draw to negotiate, got across, and obviously with the turn was a little bit wider, maybe used up that bit of energy. I think it was quite an eye-catching run, so we'll see. And his rider is on the crest of the wave at the moment.
Yeah. The whole team are really. They've dominated this Bahrain Turf Series, as His Highness Sheikh Sultan was telling me. It's his 6th victory in the series. Of the international runners, box to box is an interesting one. Not seen him since the end of December. He ran a very good first race up behind Luganda on the opening day of the Turf Series, then turned around relatively quickly, disappointed behind the Kovacs kid on the 30th of December. So comes here as one of the more fresh horses, one of the fresher horses into this race, box to box. An interesting one for Hugo Palmer. Harry Davis takes the ride. He had a winner here earlier in the season when he came over and rode a winner, Harry Davis, the young apprentice. And of the other international runners to look out for is Inigo Jones, who's right at the bottom of the weights. And actually Connor Planas takes a handy 2 kilograms off Inigo Jones. That's horse number 18, Jamie Osborne, who is a familiar face out here. This horse used to be trained by Sir Michael Stout, very lightly raced, and he's had 3 starts here this afternoon. The pick of the runs was back on the 30th of December when he finished just 2 3/4 lengths behind the Kovacs kid. So Inigo Jones, there he is. Connor Planas takes the ride on this. who's based in Dubai at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a spell out here out there, sorry, I should say, since the start of the season. Has had a winner at Meydan, which is so coveted for all the young jockeys out there, and gets to use his claim out here. Interesting pace scenario. Inigo Jones could press Maurice Diamond, we'll see. But no, he's a rider a bit like John Van Overmeer, who we can see there on Massaman, who have had their rides out at Meydan and in the UAE, doing well out there, and looking to cut their teeth in Bahrain.
There's Massaman heading in then, as you said. Jabbar Ramadan trains that one, and just a few more remaining there to be loaded up for this final Bahrain Turf Series race of the season. It is the Vision 2030 Cup, sponsored by GFH. Over to you. It is a big crowd waiting and watching. Darren Owen, they're all yours.
Thanks, Ali. Yes, so the field then moving forward for our final leg of the Turf Series of the middle distance horses, the Vision 2030 Cup. There in shot is the grey, that is Tafakur. Tafakur will go into stall number 9. American Flag is out of line. Gerald Mosse aboard. So interesting, we've got a race here with two after triumph winning jockeys, Stefan Pasquet and Gerald Mosse. Stefan riding Classical Wave, second to King of Conquest last time. That is American Flag moving into place now. So they stand in line at the 2,000 metre start, and they're racing. Marie's Diamond began sharply. Merlin's Beard was nicely into stride. Mr. Professor's going forward as well. American Flag just in behind them from Mark of Respect, who's racing handily. Chianti, What's the Story, not too far away as they go down the side of the course. Inigo Jones can't get to the front at the moment and runs in midfield with Grigadale and then Knight of Honour. And further back to Massaman, who sits on the inside. Goman is 3 wide. Takaria follows. Box to Box is disputing a position off the pace with Classical Wave. They've got one behind, and it's Mission Boy, and the pace is pretty strong, and there must be a good 20 lengths first to last as they go down the side. It's Marie's Diamond the leader. Marie's Diamond by about 3 lengths to Mr. Professor, running in second place. American Flag third. Chianti on the inside. Mark of Respect gets no cover. White Kappa, Merlin's Beard just off the leaders from What's the Story, Inigo Jones, and then comes Tafakur, followed by Grigadale on the wide outside. Gaumont, that one getting no cover and is about 3 or 4 wide. Massaman, Yellow Jacket to the inside. Classical Wave's got a handful behind. Knight of Honour falls into that category. Takaria's on the inside running rail. Mission Boy and Box to Box are the last two as they leave the back straight behind them. Heading now towards the turn in, just over 600 to go. Marie's Diamond challenged for the lead by Mr. Professor, Purple Jacket. Chianti and American Flag are following them. Merlin's Beard, Mark of Respect and Inigo Jones. What's the Story? Massaman with work to do. Grigadale in mid-division. They're down the straight towards the last 400. Gerard Mosse has sent American Flag on. Merlin's Beard is trying to cover that move. Mr. Professor to the inside, then Chianti. Inigo Jones coming home really well down the centre from Goman, heading down towards the last 200, and now it's Merlin's Beard putting it up to American Flag. Merlin's Beard, American Flag, Inigo Jones and Goman are the two finishers to the near side. Merlin's Beard is in front. Here comes Goman, who's really running on to try and collar Merlin's Beard. Goman and Merlin's Beard, heads up, heads down. Goman and Merlin's Beard, a titanic struggle to the line. They're followed by Inigo Jones, American Flag and Classical Wave. And looking back, the one tailed off was Mission Boy. So good finish with Goman putting it to Merlin's Beard in the dying strides there. Goman and Andrea Zini, Merlin's Beard and Neil Callan as we watch the replay. American Flag kicked early in the straight. Merlin's Beard mastered American Flag, but here came Goman and on the inside of that one, Inigo Jones. Goman putting its head down, possibly at the right time there. Goman and Merlin's Beard, ding-dong tussle. Those two involved in the photo followed home in third place by Inigo Jones and then American Flag.
Yeah, what a race, what a finish. Zini versus Callan. It was Goman against Merlin's Beard. Merlin's Beard, who looked all set to win. But that late burst from Goman, I can't wait to watch this race back, given the fact that this horse was drawn all the way out there in 18. Maybe the way things played out, it was the right way to be. But we've got the official photo finish between 2 and between 4. Merlin's Beard, that big eye catcher last time. But he might have just been mowed down by Goman. 2,000 metre race, the draw was hard. He's finished strongly into the teeth of the gale. He was 6th to Warren Point here last time. And he's now a winner. It's confirmed. It was Goman who got there and has downs Neil Callan to deny Neil a brace of successes in our 2 Bahrain Turf Series races, our 2 final Bahrain Turf Series races, who ran an absolute stormer on Merlin's Beard, having the second start, who was way back behind King of Conquest, but he didn't quite tell the story how the horse was ridden. I think he was given a good ride today. Marie's Diamond was there. You can imagine exactly how the rest of them lay up in behind, given that Marie's Diamond was there running into the teeth of the gale, had cried enough by this point. Inigo Jones has given Connor Planas on his first rides at Bahrain an absolutely super spin. Just edged out in the closing stages, right out to the centre of the track. Merlin's Beard to come across our winner, but it didn't matter. Goman it is, and we're about to hear from the winning rider. It's another for Atzeni.
Congratulations, Andrea. You won on this horse on his first start in Bahrain, and nice to get back in front. And what an exciting finish to the Turf Series in this race.
Yeah, what a horse. He's improved so much since he arrived in Bahrain. We didn't have a very good draw from 18, and I wanted to get a good position, but the pace was on, and I gave him a chance this time, and we know he gets the trip very well, and he got on top on the line.
What were your thoughts crossing the line?
Yeah, no, it's great. Listen, I must say it's great for the owners. You know, KHALED, MOHAMMED, Al-Brahim. I'm sure Mohammed is here, and it's great for them, and the team at home he's a horse that they always thought a lot of him, and we weren't sure whether to run him in this race, so always in the last race, in the 2,200 meter race, in Sheikh Nasser's race, but we took this route and he paid off.
To you, what does it mean to win a Bahrain Turf Series race? Because you've been based out here, as we know, all season, to win one of these top races.
It's great. I have been here 3 months. I loved every minute of it, and what makes it even more special to do it for MKR racing.
Yeah, well done, congratulations. And winning jockey, Andrea Atzeni.
Yeah, and what an inspired ride it would have been to get there from that wide post position draw in 18. Yes, they've got a mile and a quarter, 2,000 metres to negotiate, but there's 2 bends, and that down that back straight, you don't want to be getting too far back, shuffled too far wide, but he's finished strongly, and he's had his head down exactly where it mattered to deny Neil Callan's Turf Series party that he's had so far today. We're about to welcome back in the final winner this season of the Bahrain Turf Series. Is the Vision 2030 Cup, sponsored by GFH. We've just heard from the winning rider, that man Andrea Atzeni. Haider Ibrahim, the winning trainer, in the colours of MKR Racing. Your winner of the final Turf Series race of this term is number 2, Goman.
So the result of the Vision 2030 Cup. First, number 2, Gaumont. Second, number 4, Merlin's Beard. Third, number 18, Inigo Jones. Fourth was number 13, American Flag. And fifth, number 1, Classical Wave. The distances ahead and 1 1/4 lengths, ahead and 1 1/4 lengths. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 01.31. 2 minutes 01.31.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined by winning owner Mohammed Khaled Abdul Rahim. And firstly, Mohammed, how much does it mean to you and the team to win one of these big races? Because I know how much you and your father put into the sport.
Of course, of course. I mean, we've been trying to win this race for the past year or so. To be honest, I knew Gaumont had a good chance today. Maybe the weight was a bit scary at the beginning, but he did it, and we're very happy.
He's a very talented horse, and as is your jockey. How good was he today?
Oh, amazing, amazing. Obviously, he's one of the best, and he's a dear friend to us, and it's amazing to see him win such a race. So well done to the jockey and the team.
And in terms of the horse Gaumont, because he ran in the Crown Princess Cup last time, so how confident were you heading in today back into sort of handicap company?
Obviously, I think he's a 2-4 horse. He likes 2-4, so today was a bit less. So he really showed us today that he's a great horse.
He certainly is. Well done then to the whole of the MKR team. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the result is now official. They've weighed in. They have weighed in. So the result first, number 2, Gaumont. Second, number 4, Merlin's Beard. Third, number 18, Inigo Jones. Fourth, number 13, American Flag. Fifth, number 1, Classical Wave. The distance is ahead and 1 1/4 lengths. Ahead and 1 1/4 lengths. And the time winner, 2 minutes 01.31. 2 minutes 01.31. Gaumont just denying Merlin's Beard in the last few strides to get up to win by a head.
Well, what an afternoon we've had, Nick, as we say goodbye to our international audiences. And what I suppose stands out for me is 2 top jockeys, Neil Callan and Andrea Azzini, going toe-to-toe there in that last race, but one big race apiece for both of them.
Yeah, and a fraction away from Neil Callan dominating and having the brace in both of our last 2 Turf Series races. Devast, it was a golden highway down that near side. I think he did everything right despite defeat on Merlin's Beard, but it's a race I want to watch back because Andrea Azzini had that wide post position draw in 18. I know it's 2,000 metre, but you don't want to get too far back, and he's timed it to a nicety to deny Callan's party by just a whisker.
There, the trophy presentation just happening there for the Vision 2030 Cup. Salah Sharif, the Chief Operating Officer of GFH, presenting the trophy there for our final Bahrain Turf Series race. 10 races, 5 fixtures. Yeah. It's all sort of whizzed past this winter. As I said, we started back in mid-December, and that's it. And I suppose what is the lasting memories for me is how competitive and big fields we've had in each of the races.
I think as someone that's only just come here for the very last, I've just had a flavour of what we can have. I can't wait till next year.
Well, certainly can't wait. So 2023, next season's Bahrain Turf Series. Thanks for watching. We'll see you again soon. You saw that official result of Goman winning that Vision 2030 Cup, and I'm joined by Mohammed Ibrahim, son of Had Ibrahim, the trainer, but you're very much part of the team, and a big, broad smile. I think the team will be celebrating this one hard, because you guys have been really improved form in the last few weeks. How delighted are you with Goman?
Yeah, thank you for that. As I told you before, the yard is in good form. The horse is in good form last 1 month, like that. Yeah, big smile after grappling this race. It was a tough decision to enter him. Actually, Mr. KHALED Abdurrahim, he won him in 2002. Mohammed was going for that race, so it was a tough decision, you know. But all is fine now.
And how good was Andrea Azzini as well?
Yeah, no comment about Andrea. Super. Nothing to add more about him. Yes, he did well. Nothing to be added in Andrea. Andrea stays Andrea. He's the best.
And how good is it for the yard to win on these big occasions and these big races?
Yeah, it's something big for us, you know. We were looking to win that race since last year, and finally we did it. It's very nice to have a winner in the Turf Series, especially the last one.
Absolutely, and Goman is a very lovely horse to have for the big races to come. What would be the plan for sort of King's Cup Day and things?
Yeah, hopefully he's going to be in King Cup. He's improving race by race every day in his mornings workout. He's showing improvement every day.
Well done to the team. Well done, Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Race 6 up next. This is His Highness Sheikh SHEEMA BINT NASSER bin HAMAD Al Khalifa Cup. Field of 10 to go to post. A domestic Grade 2 race coming up for the imported thoroughbreds, 1400 metres. Number 1, Buffer Zone, Stefan Pasquier. 2, Cheval Al Jazeera, Liam Kinneary. 3, Breath of Air, Gerald Mosse. 4, Chimgan Neil Callan. 5, Justino Abdullah Faisal. 6 is Mayas and Hassan Al Safa. 7, May Star, Marvin Grandin. 8 Memento, Anas Al Siabi. 9, Pensiero d'Amore and Jean van Overmeer. 10, Thahabi and Marcialis Jures. Field of 10 to go to post, going 1400 metres.
So the horses then making their way down to the parade ring. Great to have such big crowds here, and grateful to the support of His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Very much his day, and nice to see all his children here presenting the trophies, enjoying a great afternoon of racing. The horses then in the parade ring for this 6th race. This one is Her Highness Sheikh SHEEMA BINT NASSER bin HAMAD Al Khalifa Cup. And you can see the picture on the right there. It was the King's Cup for endurance horses this morning. And I believe Victorious had a certain amount of success in that. So well done to His Highness Sheikh Nasser, winning this morning the King's Cup Endurance. And then enjoying his day here at the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club. Let's have a look then at these horses for our 6th race. This very much a trial for the Al Mathak Mile at the end of the season. And that in your shot there is horse number 1, Buffer Zone. A 9-time winner. Been very prolific out here and is in the colours of Victorious Racing. Stefan Pasquier takes the ride for trainer Hisham Al Haddad, one of the highest rated horses out here in Bahrain. That is horse number 1, Buffer Zone.
Number 3 is A Breath of Air, Gerald Mosse for Ali Adat Racing and Alan Smith. Breath of Air was down the field last time we had the Kovacs kid. That was back here in January, over 1,800, dropping down to the 1,400 today. He's got 4 wins on the board, was a winner in early December. Breath of Air, number 3.
Horse number 4 then in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing is Chimgan. This one ridden by Neil Callan, Osama Hashim the trainer. Chimgan, formerly trained by Clive Cox, has won twice this season in Bahrain and has been well placed in some of the graded races. Last seen running in the Grade 1 race back on the 10th of February, domestic Grade 1, finishing 3rd, finished 2nd before that in a domestic Grade 2. So in great form is horse number 4, Chimgan.
Number 5 is Justino for Alan Smith and Al Adiat Racing. Abdullah Faisal is the jockey. Winner here in November, beat May Star on that occasion by 3 parts of a length. Last time finished behind Mark of Respect over the mile. That's Justino, number 5.
Horse 6 is Mayas for trainer Ali Jan. Hassan Al Safa takes the ride on this one. This 5-year-old son of Dark Angel, last seen finishing down the field up against Mark of Respect back at the end of January. So Mayos is horse number 6.
Number 7 is May Star. May Star is in the colours of Alafu Racing and was unplaced here last week. That was over the 1,600 metres. Has got some placed efforts in the book recently. Was 3rd at the end of the month, at the end of last month, to Mark of Respect. That's number 7, May Star.
Horse number 8 is Memento, a 5-year-old son of Memas. Mohammed Hassan trains this. Anas Al Siabi will be riding. Memento, horse number 8, who last seen running over 1,600 metres back at the end of January in that race up against Mark of Respect. That race where a number of these were last seen. This is horse number 8 then, Memento, in the colours of Al Afu Racing, one of 3 in the race for the Al Afu Racing team.
And completing that set is Pensiero d'Amore, number 9. Pensiero d'Amore, it's probably fair to say, would be one of the outsiders. Only beat 1 home. That was in the race won by King of Conquest earlier on this month. Number 9, Pensiero d'Amore.
Horse number 10 is Tharbi, a horse trained by Abdullah Haji, and Michaelis Juras takes the ride on this one. A horse who finished 2nd last time we saw him back on the 20th of January, over 1,400 metres over this trip. Previously been running very much up in distance. So Thabi is horse number 10 for Michaelis Juras. Yeah. A big crowd here this afternoon, but we are delighted to welcome Katalina Novak, the president of Hungary, here today. Thank you very much to Mrs. Novak for coming here this afternoon. Enjoy the racing, sitting alongside His Highness Sheikh Nasser. Thank you for coming here to the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club. And finally, heading down to the start, straight down to the start, is Shebel Al Jazeera. That is horse number 2 in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Liam Canary rides this for trainer Osama Hassan. And he's a horse that's beaten many of these, actually. Comes here in great form off the back of a victory in a domestic Grade 2 back at the end of December, beating Chimgan that time. And finished second in the Bahrain Turf Series race on this card last year, finishing behind the Godolphin-trained winner, Silent Film. So Shebel Al Jazeera, a horse who comes into this race in good form and some good wins in his career. So Shebel Al Jazeera is horse number 2.
Yeah, we're getting closer to one of our stronger races outside of the Bahrain Turf Series. Particularly looking forward to this race. It is our 6th, and maybe it's centred around the top horse, Buffer Zone, who's got the outstanding Stefan Pasquier aboard. For trainer Hisham Al-Haddad in the Victoria Silks, who's been a very good horse down the years. He's drawn a little bit wider, maybe, than ideal in 10. Been a multiple winner here over the last couple of seasons. They have been over 1,200 metres, so the question would be the distance. The 1,400 metre form is not that appealing when we've seen him at the distance, so that's got to be a question. And from 10, it wouldn't necessarily make it easy as well, but no doubt the greatly experienced Stefan Pasquier has got an exact idea on what he wants to do with Buffer Zone, who's certainly got the ability to exploit this. I wanted to talk about the 2. If we can find the 2 horse, Shebel Al Jazeera. Ali has just mentioned to you that the horse had permission from the stewards to go down and straight to post. So we just saw the horse going out onto the track. 2 from 4 this term. Solid performer. There we go. Down the last couple of seasons, having improved over the last 18 months or so, has held the form and the peak form pretty well indeed. What a decent race from a few of these last time, over 1,600 metres. Looks to confirm that form. It was a small field race. This isn't the biggest. It's been flagged up. He goes well over 1,400 metres as well. So the form and the distance allied, they shouldn't be problems. Maybe, though, maybe the second string for the connections, because Chimgan is there with Neil Callan, who's got the draw right up the inside in 1. That could be a big factor. Has been doing the running recently over 1,600 metres. Did win over 1,600 metres a few starts ago. But the last win at this distance, back in December, it was, albeit a win, was one which would need to be improved upon in the context of things. There's 2. Shebel Al Jazeera, who's been walked around without the jockey at the moment, without Liam Canary. The loading process is underway. Maybe it's just a factor, as we have in the stewards. The horse is going to be mounted inside the stalls, so you can spot stall 6. Liam Canary's ready. He's in the framework, the structure of the starting gates. And there we go. Here comes his mount. And excellent work from the stalls handlers. Hopefully all okay, just to get the right leg over the side for Liam Canary. And hopefully we're off to go. Here's Darren.
So standing by for race 6, 1,400 metres ahead of this field. The last one goes in. And they're racing. Maystar began well in the centre with Shebel Al Jazeera. Thahabi being rode along in the blue jacket to try and get a position. One horse getting a position to the inside is Chimgan with a white cap as they go through the first 200. So a bit of speed on between Shebel Al Jazeera and Chimgan, is now slotting in behind with Breath of Air taking a prominent role. So going down the far side, and now it is Breath of Air, the latest leader, Gerald Mosse, taking on Shebel Al Jazeera, who's rode along by Liam Canary to the rail. These are being followed closely by Buffer Zone, couple of lengths to Chimgan, and then Maystar and Memento are running together as they head now towards the turn. We've almost got 2 divisions. In the second division is Justino, who's racing wide of Mayas, and Thahabi, with the back marker being Pensiero d'Amore. They're down the straight towards the last 500, and it is Breath of Air, dark blue jacket, now joined by Buffer Zone in the red and white striped cap, and towards the outside is Memento. Maystar hasn't quickened up. They're heading now to the last 3. 300, and Bufferstone and Stefan Pasquier sent on from Memento. And now coming back is Chimgan. So it is Bufferzone, Chimgan into second place. Down the outside is Maystar, heading now to the last 100 metres. Bufferzone in front, trying to hold on to this advantage over Chimgan. Bufferzone running on strongly. Bufferzone will take it. Bufferzone beats Chimgan. Good run from Maystar in third, and then several lengths to Memento, who was followed home by Justino, and then came Mayas Thahabi, who was never on the bridle. Breath of Air is next, and one who faded badly was Shebel Al Jazeera, and then Pensiero d'Amore. So Bufferzone, Hisham Al Haddad has done it again. That is, I'm losing count, 4 winners on the card for the stable. Stefan Pasquier aboard Bufferzone, and victorious, the colours there, victorious again. Bufferzone, the winner of race 6.
Yes, it's been a stable in its irresistible form, and class has rather told in this local Grade 2 race, the 410, which was run over 1,400 metres, and a key factor that would have been in the affairs of Bufferzone, who has gone and won this from the widest draw. A good ride from Stefan Pasquier. Galakai smiling, worked his way towards the front, and from there it's a case of whether Bufferzone would see this through over 1,400 metres, because he's been a mightily effective horse here, there and everywhere, particularly back in Europe. Over shorter, over 1,200 metres, but no issue seeing it through. Just inclined to drift off a true line. Maybe it was a case of going into the wind, and you can see there he wouldn't be the first horse this afternoon to wander away from that rail. That might just be a product of the wind. Chimgan was rather coming back at him, but he wasn't getting any closer, because I think Bufferzone, once he'd showed the speed to get to the front, which is something he's never had an issue with, it was a case of whether he'd see it all the way through. And it was no mean feat to go and work your way across from the widest draw, but Pasquier just let him gently cruise his way across before they got to that turn, and he had him in position A. It was Chimgan in second, that man Neil Callan second again, his last 3 rides winning second, and now second again. Bang there for Stefan Pasquier, who I think rode the 5th in our previous race, which was the Vision 2030 Cup aboard Classical Wave. I think that horse was 5th. He's gone a fair few places better, and no doubt when he was booked up for this ride, he would have been pretty pleased with the chances of Bufferzone. The class was there. Would he see it through over 1,400 metres? That had to be a bit of a question, but it was a question that's been answered pretty emphatically indeed. Bufferzone, 1,400 metres, no problem. Classy horse.
Well, let's have a word with winning jockey Stefan Pasquier. Stefan, we just mentioned it. You won on King Julius here, the Bahrain International Trophy back in 2019. This your first win here since then?
Yeah, I'm quite very happy that NASSER asked me to come. I'm very happy to ride this kind of horses, and to talk about this one, I travel very good behind the leader, and he's winning very easily.
Yeah, it looked comfortable in the end, yes.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the last race.
You got a nice one in that one as well.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
How nice is it to be part of such a big day out here?
Yeah, I'm very happy. There is many people here today, so I'm very glad to be here again.
Well, enjoy the reception you're going to be receiving, because it's very much His Highness Sheikh Nasser's day, and it's nice to see the victorious colours carried to victory with Bufferzone. Well done to Stephanie Pasquier and trainer Hisham Al Haddad.
Yeah, he's a man who's tasted top-level success all around the globe. Stefan Pasquier, one of the defining riders of his generation. And it's success here on the final day of the Turf Series, taking one of the local Grade 2 races. It was our 6th 1,400 metres, and he had his trusty steed, Bufferzone, getting across from the widest draw to go and win this, and win with real conviction. In the hands of Stefan Pasquier, another for Hisham Al Haddad, in those distinctive, powerful colours of victorious. The winner of our 6th race is Bufferzone.
So the result of our sixth race: first, number 1, Buffer Zone; second, number 4, Chimgan; third, number 7, May Star; and fourth, number 8, Memento. Fifth horse home was number 5, Justino. The distance is 1 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. 1 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 23.55. 1 minute 23.55. The result is now official, and they have weighed in.
So delighted to have Her Highness Sheikh HASHEEMA bint NASSER bin Hamad Al Khalifa here to present the trophy to winning connections of Buffer Zone. Well done to trainer Hisham Al Haddad and Fauzi Nasser receiving the trophy alongside top jockey Stefan Pasquier. Well done to Buffer Zone, then all connected with him, winning Her Highness Sheikh HASHEEMA bint NASSER bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup.
And we're now moving on to race number 7, and it's a domestic Grade 2 coming up for the locally bred thoroughbreds. We're going to go 2,200 metres here, and all 5 runners met a couple of weeks ago in the Crown Prince's Cup. Number 1 is Epic, Neil Callan aboard. 2, Al Tariq, Stefan Lajage. 3, Battle of Talus, Gerald Mosse. 4, C. Shan, Marcellus Juras. And 5, Manama Girl and Anas Al Siabi. So it's domestic Grade 2, a stepping stone to the King's Cup in a few weeks' time.
Let's have a look at these horses then in the parade ring for our 7th race. Horse number 1 then in our picture is Epic. Finished 2nd in the Crown Prince's Cup when we last saw him, the Derby winner from last season. Epic then trained by Hisham Al-Haddad. Neil Callan takes the ride for this powerful stable. Horse number 1, Epic.
Number 2 is Al Tariq, and now Al Tariq only beat 1 home in the Crown Prince's Cup last time. Al Tariq and Stefan Lajage is aboard for Abdullah Fawzi Nas and Hisham Al-Haddad. Al Tariq, number 2.
Horse number 3, that's Battle of Talus. 4, trainer Alan Smith. Gerard Mosse takes the ride of this 5-year-old gelding. Relatively lightly raced, also finished in behind Taurus in the Crown Prince's Cup, finished 3rd that day just a few weeks ago. So horse number 3 is Battle of Talus.
Number 4 is C. Shan, probably the complete outsider of this field, was beaten over 12 lengths by Taurus last time, but C. Shan did enter the winner's circle last month when winning by 7 lengths over 2,400 metres. Number 4, C. Shan.
Horse number 5 then, Manama Girl. She's been a star for Connections. She won the Oaks last season and has been running well in some top races this season. Finished 4th in the Crown Prince's Cup behind Taurus. So horse number 5 then for Jabbar Ramadan is Manama Girl.
Okay, there we go. Plenty of experience there between Alan Smith and Gerard Mosse. We've already had one legendary French jockey, one of his defining riders of his generation, winning earlier. That was Stéphane Pasquier in our previous race. Gerard Mosse, as our top caller Darren Owen told us earlier, has got the distinction of being a Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe winning jockey as well. Like Stéphane Pasquier, Gerard Mosse has done exactly that. And he'll be looking for success here. He has tasted success internationally and has put a stamp on so many different racing jurisdictions. Just legs himself up aboard Battle of Talus for Alan Smith. I think this horse has got a leading chance, who's an extremely lightly raced horse. And Gerard Mosse takes over from Paul Hannigan now. Mosse with all those years of experience. They're going to go right in front of us. And while the races, as regards the distances, and the start and stall positions have changed, the one thing that hasn't is the unrelenting nature of the wind. Mosse is up. The rider aboard Al Tariq is up as well. They're all going to have to vie for beating Epic, who is horse number 1. Neil Callan's not got aboard yet. But Battle of Talus finished notably well behind Epic last time. He's got form to find with him, 3 lengths, but it was just the way that Battle of Talus finished on the front foot that gives you that little bit of expectation that for one whose career began only in November, A, there's more to come, and B, over this distance of 2,200 metres, he's got a bit of a chance. I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's getting a little bit on his toes. They're about to let him out. No, they're not. They're going to do another circuit. No, off he goes. Altaric's out. Battle of Talas is out. Zishan goes out. And Manama Girl will be the penultimate runner to go out. There is Manama Girl for Jabba Ramadan. Ali's already talked about the success that this filly's had as well. She's another to come out of the race, that local Grade 1 last time. They were all playing for places behind Taris. The best of the finishers was Epic, and thereafter is Battle of Talas, Manama Girl, and so on. Manama Girl was robbed for third by Battle of Talas, and over this extra distance, I'd half fancy she might struggle to reverse that form. She was absolutely prolific in her grade last season, winning the Bahrain Oaks. Has to try and win for the first time this season, which wouldn't look completely obvious, but she's a talented filly in her own right, and she's just being walked down. Others are taking a little bit of a route down. We've got our market leader internationally coming out. That's Epic. Multiple winner, and at this point last year was concluding a fine four-timer, including when winning what was the equivalent of this race last year. The difference now is that, as opposed to last time, he's got weight to give away. £6 to good horses, horses who were not beaten that far by him last time. Was runner-up to Taris. Battle of Talas was in third. Manama Girl was in fourth. Meets them on slightly tougher terms. But when we were looking at the international markets earlier, they were telling a story that Epic, well, they're expecting an epic performance from him. It's only a small field, and although he hasn't yet won this season, he hasn't been out of the first three in the career. He's a solid runner, and he might just have too much class for them. But the terms do make it a little bit tricky at least. And I half fancy that we might finish the day with two Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe winning jockeys in the winner's enclosure here. We've already had Stefan Pasquier, and I think Gerard Mosse has got a big chance. There's the filly, beautiful shots providers. The others make their way down. There's Alteric, who we yet to talk about. Only the second run back after a long absence. Returned 2 weeks ago. And that was the first run in 2 years. It's got form to turn around with Epic, with Battle of Talas, made the running. It would have knocked the cobwebs away. That's a guarantee for Alteric. And representing this stable for these colours is no bad thing. It's been a fine afternoon, and a course they seek to dominate at. If he's near the level he was back in the day, a couple of seasons ago, when a multiple winner at a lower level, who worked his way through the grade and was rarely out the money, he's a big player. But it is only a second run back off a near 2-year absence. So that's got to be a question. The big crowds that are still here waiting for the cars to be won after our last race are getting a great look at the quintet who are gathered before the 2,200 metre start here right in front of the grandstand. And you're going to hear the crash of the stools, if that's not slightly muffled by the breeze, the wind. They've got a good position, excellent view of the race, sheltered from the grandstand wind as well, or in the grandstand from the wind. And they're going to get a good look at the runners for this 2,200 metre strong race. Form line from last time, that is the key. Epic finishing 5.5 lengths behind Taris, but in so doing, finishing well clear of some of the others. Battle of Talas might get a bit closer today, we'll see. But Epic looking to win the same race for the second successive year. Bit different to the races we've had recently, but looking forward to it. Darren, here we go.
So, Manama Girl, last year's Oaks heroine, will complete the lineup. So they are set to jump away, and they're off. Racing over 2,200 metres. Epic is the first to shine from Al Tariq on the outside. A couple of lengths to Battle of Talas, who's on the rail. Sishan and Manama Girl follow. So it was a short hop into the first bend, and they are rounding that first turn to go down the side of the course. So it is Epic on the inside of Al Tariq. Al Tariq trying to take on Epic for that lead as they go down the side. 2 lengths to Battle of Talas and Sishan. They're running together, and Manama Girl is bringing up the rear. So Al Tariq now edges on from last year's winner Epic, and then a length and a half away to Sishan, dark blue jacket of Battle of Talas on the rail, and Manama Girl is last of the 5 as they now enter the back straight. So moving on down the far side, heading to the final 1,400 metres, and it's Al Tariq, the leader, leading by around about 2 lengths to Epic. Sishan in third. Battle of Talas is next, and Manama Girl is still whipping in the field with around 1,200 to go. Al Tariq then showing the way. Epic and Neil Callan aboard last year's Derby hero in second place in the blue and green jacket. Sishan is tracking Epic to the running rail. Battle of Talas and Gerald Mosse with Manama Girl bringing up the rears. They move on down the side towards the final 800, and it is Al Tariq in front by 2 lengths to Epic. Neil Callan has allowed Al Tariq then to make the running. Neil Callan aboard the second placed horse Epic at present. On the inside rail, Battle of Talas. Sishan in the clear. Manama Girl is still spotting the 4 runners as they turn in with 600 to go, and they're about to crank things up here. Al Tariq in front of Epic, 2 lengths away to Battle of Talas, who hasn't quickened yet. Manama Girl is trying to get into the shake-up. Sishan has dropped to last, and they're now inside the final 400. He presses the button on Epic, and Epic has hit the front from Al Tariq, who's trying to make life difficult for Epic as they head down towards the last 200. Epic and Al Tariq a few lengths on then to Manama Girl and Battle of Talas. 100 to go, and Al Tariq is coming back at Epic. Al Tariq on the inside, Epic down the outside. Al Tariq, determined, denies Epic in a driving finish. Several lengths then to Manama Girl, followed by Battle of Talas and Sishan. So Al Tariq has won it, and Epic second. It's another one for Hisham Al Haddad, and that is 5 winners on the card now for the stable, and the 1-2 sent out in this race, but perhaps not in the order we thought. Al Tariq on the inside at running rail. I thought Epic had hit the front narrowly, and if he did hit the front, it wasn't for long. Al Tariq very determined. Al Tariq beats Epic, and they were several lengths clear. Number 5, Manama Girl in third, with number 3, Battle of Talas in 4th place. So that is 5 winners on the day for the stable. Hisham Al Haddad responsible for the first 2 home, but perhaps not in the order we thought we'd see play out.
No, he's turning everything into gold, though, this trainer, on this afternoon. Absolutely dominating Hisham Al Haddad. And a good ride as well up the inner by Stefan Lajaj. Al Tariq, second run back off a monster absence, has denied the much-vaunted stablemate, Epic, who, as Darren said, eyeballed his rival, eyeballed his stablemate, got past him, but maybe just wandering to the centre, maybe the run was petering out. I'm not sure how big a stamina test it was and whether they were sprinting from the top of the home stretch. But come what may, a horse with plenty of back class and ability, who only returned 2 weeks ago off that long, long absence. Well, he was better off with his stablemate this time, behind Epic. And maybe that's just what's told in the closing stages. The weights, the horse that had 60 kilos on the back, up against the one with 57, maybe that was just a defining factor. He's run a good race, come what may. As mentioned, as Epic comes past, well done Forzinas. He'll be smiling each and every race, that's the way it's going. So too our winning jockey as well. Let's hear how the race was won. Ali.
Yeah, he's certainly smiling then, our winning jockey, Stefan Lajaj. Well done, Stefan, and lovely victory there in the colours of Forzinas.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice to win with the winner of last time, but this is it. No, lovely race. Last time, obviously, he needed a run. He didn't run for almost 2 years, so he needed it. I'm surprised he's improved that quick, and it's a good sign for the big race.
And beating a very good horse in Epic, how exciting is that for the rest of the season?
It's a nice perf. Very, very glad of him. And he's a lovely ride, massive horse. He's a champion's temper, he's class.
And good for you, how much you enjoy being part of the team, part of the Forzinas team, and winning on big days like today.
Yeah, of course, it's a pleasure, and the team doing well today. I'm glad, yes.
Well, congratulations then. Well done then to our winning jockey, Stefan Lajaj, on board Al Tariq in the colours of Forzinas. He bred him as well. Very much part of the training team with Hisham Al Haddad. Al Tariq wins our 7th race.
Yes, the horse they would have had to persevere with, given that 2 runs ago was April 2021. and reappeared to rather blow the cobwebs away last time out. Off that long, long absence. But this time he's just stuck about. He's much fitter on this occasion. The weight's swinging in his favour. And what an excellent performance it was from Al Tariq, who no doubt they've just had to persevere with, but it's been well worth the wait. It wasn't to be for Epic, who continues that formidable run of never being out of the frame. It was only a small field race. He's had every chance, but his stablemate up the inner under a good and inspired ride from a big smiling face rider there in the form of Stefan Lajaj. Maybe just wanted it that little bit more. It's Stefan Lajaj aboard for that man, Hisham Al Haddad again, in the colours of the owner breeder, Forzinas, the winner of our 7th race, Al Tariq.
So the result of the 7th race: first, number 2, Al Tariq; second, number 1, Epic; third, number 5, Manama Girl; and 4th, number 3, Battle of Talas. The distances a neck and 4 1/4 lengths, a neck and 4 1/4 lengths, and the official time of the winning horse 2 minutes 22.24. 2 minutes 22.24. Al Tariq and Epic in a driving finish.
Well, Forzinas now joins me, who not only owned that last winner, but also bred him, and is very much part of the Hisham Al Haddad training setup, who've had 5 out of the 7 winners this afternoon. So nice to know that the yard is very much in form, Fawzi.
Absolutely, it's happy to have a day like this, and we still have one more to go, don't forget.
I did say to you, shall I be interviewing you now, or shall I wait till after the last? Are you going to win that?
Hopefully you'll interview me again after the last.
But in terms of big days like today, and we know how much His Highness Sheikh Nasser puts into the sport, it's nice to be sort of repay him and with buffer zone, but also just creating such a great atmosphere this afternoon.
Absolutely. I mean, the races are all sponsored by Sheikh Nasser, if most of them, if not all of them, and it's absolutely a pleasure to win some of these cups.
And how would you sum up the Bahrain Turf Series this year, given we've had all 10 legs? How would you compare it to perhaps 12 months ago?
I think it went a lot better than last year. The horses that were brought over, the visitors, I think were a bit more competitive than last year, and hopefully it'll improve even further in the years to come.
Let's hope so. Well done today, and good luck in the final race.
Thank you. That's what we'll need. Good luck.
The result is now official, and they have weighed in with Al Tariq and Epic dominating an epic finish. Al Tariq the winner.
So we welcome then His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa onto the stage to present his cup for this 7th race, this King's Cup trial for the local bred horses. And His Highness Sheikh Hamad there presenting the trophy to Team Fawzi Nas as Abdullah Nas, winning jockey Stefan Lajaj stepping up there, Fawzi on the right of picture. So well done to connections of Al Tariq
winning the His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa Cup, our 7th race this afternoon. Great to see so many people here this afternoon. Big crowds and the grandstand absolutely packed. Do stay around though, because the draw for the cars, one of three cars will be given out this afternoon, and the draw for those cars will be taking place after the trophy presentation of the final race. So do hang around about 5:15. The draw for those cars will be taking place. We'll find out who will be driving home those 3 brand new cars.
حضورنا الكريم، كونوا على موعد دقائق تفصلنا عن سحب عن الجائزة، واللي راح تكون 3 سيارات من نوع مختلف. ساعة 5:15 دقيقة راح يتم السحب على السيارة. كونوا على الموعد وعلى أتم الاستعداد لهذه الجائزة وللقرعة اللي راح تكون في نصيب من وإلى من سيحالفه الحظ للفوز بهذه الجائزة.
And we end with a really good race here for the imported thoroughbreds. It's a domestic grade 2, but it's very much a stepping stone to the King's Cup next month. Number 1, Encourage. Liam Canary takes the ride. Number 2, Zigata. Won the King's Cup last year. Neil Callan in the saddle. The 3 horse is Tawarek and Stefan Pasquet for Forbidden Land, Hussein Maki. So 1, 2, 3 and 4, all trained by Hisham Al-Haddad. What a day it's been for the operation. 5, Glenn Savage, Edinson Rodriguez. 6, Lucanda Andrea Anzini for George Baker. 7, Rain Poor Gerald Mosley. And 8 is Recovery Run. And that horse is trained by Alan Smith and partnered by Harry Davis. Alan Smith responsible for 3 in this race.
So this, one of the biggest races of the season, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa Cup, and kindly supported this afternoon by BAPCO. And we have a collection of 8 runners, some of the best, highest rated horses in training here in Bahrain. Some very familiar names. So let's have a look at them. Here is horse number 1, that is Encourage. The 5-year-old gelding son of Ifraj will be ridden by Liam Canary this afternoon. Hisham Al-Haddad trains this one. He's got 4 in the race, and Encourage, a very good horse on his day. He finished second in the King's Cup back in 2020. Last season, he won the Grade 1 Gold Cup and also a domestic Grade 2. Last seen finishing in 7th in the Crown Prince's Cup just a few weeks ago. So horse number 1 then, Encourage.
Well, the 8th horse in the Crown Prince's Cup a few weeks ago was Zagato, but March of last year saw Zagato take the King's Cup. So he's been lightly raced since then. Number 2, Zagato.
Horse number 3 then, a very familiar name in these big races, is Tuareg. 2nd in the Crown Prince's Cup, 3rd in the King's Cup last season. Incredibly consistent and won this race 12 months ago. Tuareg going to be ridden by Stéphane Pasquier in the colours of Victorious Racing. They're looking for a double on the card. Hisham Al-Haddad looking for another winner. That is horse number 3, Tuareg, owned by Victorious Racing and His Highness Sheikh Nasser, who's coming into the parade ring to take a closer look at his runner in this race, this big race.
Number 4 on the card is Forbidden Land, completes the Hisham Al-Haddad quartet. On a recent form, Forbidden Land has got it to do, was last home in the Crown Prince's Cup a couple of weeks ago. Number 4, Forbidden Land.
Horse 5 then is Glenn Savage, formerly with the Gosdens in the UK, now trained by Alan Smith over here. Edison Rodriguez rides this one in the colours of M&E Racing. Finished down the field in the Crown Prince's Cup last time we saw him running. But a 2-time career winner is horse number 5, Glenn Savage.
Well, number 6 is Lucanda, whose finest hour here in the Kingdom came when taking, in convincing style, the first leg of the Turf Series. Had a couple of starts since, was 4th last time in the Crown Prince's Cup behind Warren Point. That's number 6, Lucanda.
So trainer Alan Smith giving his jockeys Harry Davis and Gerard Mosse their last-minute instructions in the colours of Al Adiat Racing. 2 runners for the connections then in today's race. And let's have a look at them, because there is horse number 7, Rayanpur, the 7-year-old son of Cape Cross. Has run in many big races, finished 4th in this race last year. He's finished behind Encourage in his last 2 starts, both in domestic graded races. So horse number 7, Rayanpur, is going to be ridden by Gerard Mosse.
And just in behind, representing Al Adiat Racing along with Rayanpur, is Recovery Run for Alan Smith and Harry Davis. Recovery Run has been well held in his most recent starts. Back in November, ran behind stable companion Rayanpur, only beaten a length on that occasion. That's number 8, Recovery Run.
Yeah, one of the starting stars of the season back on the 9th of December was Lukanda, trained by George Baker. What an epic performance that was just a few months ago now.
Absolutely thrilling, mate. He's been a star for us. He keeps backing up good run after good run. This is obviously the most competitive ask of the turf season here, of his season here in Bahrain. But you know, whatever happens today, he's been a star for us, and we've got some lovely options back in the UK. Lovely to go out on a positive note, but you know, we're up against it in this grade, I think. But you know, we're here, so we'll swing the bat.
It was a really, I thought, a good run last time behind Warren Point. So has that put him where you wanted him today?
He had a hard enough race that day. It's only 2 weeks ago. I think perhaps we got up to be 4th on the line. I thought he was 6th because I'm no judge, as you know. But he got 4th that day, which was great because that meant still in the prize money. I think that's, you know, of our 8 runners here, 6 have finished in the money. So we'd more than settled for that. Yeah. And that was a great run, and perhaps a little bit unlucky not to be 2nd in hindsight. We wouldn't have caught the Godolphin horse. But look, the step up a furlong today. Andrea knows him. He's ridden him here. I keep saying it's one of the best races of the season here in Bahrain, but a privilege to be involved in a contest like this, and privilege to have a horse like this for great supporters of ours, Paul Bowden and Nigel Jones, who've supported us down the years, and to bring them here with a good horse is a great thrill.
And I'll let you go back and enjoy the race with them, but you've been no secret of a supporter of just how much you enjoy the racing here, being part of it. You've had a good strike rate here. How much are you enjoying seeing it develop as a racing jurisdiction, George?
It's genuinely been a real privilege to be here from the word go, from the perspective of the Turf Series. It's an embryonic racing jurisdiction, full of ambition, full of some really great people who want to put this place on the international racing stage. And if we can play a small part in that and enjoy ourselves along the way, so much the better. But yeah, couldn't thank the team here and the Turf Club and everybody involved for everything they've done for me and my team. It's been a great thrill to be involved, and we're looking forward to being back next year.
Best of luck. Thank you, George.
Thank you, mate, very much.
So best turned out then, as selected by His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad, goes to horse number 7, Rayanpur, trained by Alan Smith. There he is. Best turned out in this race, the Arabian horse for equestrian and veterinary services, generously given 50 BD to the racing groom responsible for the best turned out horse in this race. And that is Musafa. Well done to Musafa, who looks after horse number 7, the best turned out, Rayanpur.
Well, remarkably enough, we're at the 8th and final race. What an enjoyable afternoon it's been. The wind has accompanied all 8 of our races, but it hasn't spoiled proceedings one bit. We're starting, as we did in our previous race, right in front of the grandstand, 2,200 metres. And what a quality race it is. No one better to say that than George Baker just a few moments ago, who's got Lukanda, who was epic at the start of the season back in December. And this is going to be a tough task, but it's a good race and deserves his place in the lineup. This is up against the formidable team of Hisham Al-Haddad, who has dominated the card so far today, and will look to round it off with yet another win. It's been 5 wins so far. Could it possibly be 6? There is Gerard Mosse, who's on Rayanpur, who certainly won't lack for stamina. He's got bucket loads of it in his CV. He's been a good horse. Tawarek's going to be a big player in this. That man, Stefan Pasquier, has already had a winner. Looks for another. It was best of the finishers behind Warren Point here, the Godolphin runner, a couple of weeks ago. Runner-up that day. Runner-up behind the Kovacs Kid the time before. He threads together strong form narratives here in Bahrain. Excellent form claims. And returning to the winning trip from this race last year, Tawarek has got a lot of ticks in a lot of boxes. Horse who just doesn't run out of the money. So we shall see. In goes Glenn Savage, one of the Alan Smith's runners, son of Glenn Eagles, who's going forward into stall 8, 1 by 1. 1 by 1, we're just about there. So thanks. We'll go up to Darren for the final time.
So the last one's going in, Forbidden Land. All in. And they're off, and Forbidden Land was rather sleepy, gave the others a bit of start going into the first turn, and it is Encourage who goes straight into the lead from Zagato with Rayan Poor in third place. And after that poor beginning, Forbidden Land now going forward around that first bend. Glen Savage is in midfield ahead of Lucanda. Further back to Recovery Run, and Tawarek is last of all. So Forbidden Land now strides on and already now goes about 4 or 5 lengths clear. Encourage settles down second place, gap then of about 3 lengths to Rayan Poor in third. Glen Savage is alongside Zagato. They're being chased by Recovery Run. Lucanda has to be content now as second last, and last of all is Tawarek. Tawarek would be around about 15-20 off that leader, Forbidden Land. Forbidden Land going clear with every step inside the final 1400. Encourage is the nearest pursuer. Break then of 2.5 lengths to Rayan Poor, moving on down the far side. Up along the inside with the white sleeves, white cap, that is Zagato. Glen Savage is to the outer. Recovery Run, Lucanda, they follow. And last of all is Tawarek. It is still Forbidden Land leading them. The lead now reduced to around about 7 or 8 lengths maximum. Encourage, Liam Canary, second position. Break then of about 4 lengths to Rayan Poor, who's on the inside of Glen Savage. They're about 2 lengths in advance of Zagato. Recovery Run nudged along. Lucanda now just being shaken up, and last of all is Tawarek as they head to the final bend and the last 600 metres of their journey. Forbidden Land begins to tread water. Top of the straight, here come Glen Savage and Encourage between horses to master Forbidden Land. Dark blue jacket of Rayan Poor between runners. White cap of Zagato. Lucanda is looking for a bit of daylight in the hands of Andrea Zini. Now they're inside the final 400, getting serious up front. It is Rayan Poor, Glen Savage, Zagato. Now Lucanda's in the clear, and Tawarek is widest of all, really running on inside the final 200, and Lucanda got that gap, had to wait for a gap, but got the gap and has got a nice lead. It's Lucanda for the visitors. George Baker, Lucanda signs off in the Kingdom with another win. Lucanda the winner. Second place goes to Zagato, followed in third by Tawarek. Rayan Poor and Recovery Run finished together. They're chased by Encourage, Glen Savage and Forbidden Land. So it's Lucanda the winner. Andrea Zini, George Baker, Nigel Jones and Paul Bowden. Lucanda won the first leg of the Turf Series middle distance division way back in December. And Lucanda had to wait. He had to wait for a run, got the gap. And this gelded son of Footsteps in the Sands got some really smart form and came home in grand style there to win for George Baker. Provisional numbers there, 6, 2 and 3. 6, 2 and 3, Lucanda, Zagato and Tawarek.
Well, I tell you what, if you could bottle moments, you'd sell it, and you'd sell it for a good few dinar after what we've just had. Lucanda has won. We spoke to George Baker before the race. We can now speak to one of the joint owners, Nigel Jones, who, along with Paul Bowden. That was special, wasn't it?
That was incredible. Can't believe it. We bought the horse about 6 months ago. Got to thank Tom Malone, who found him for us. And it's been out here for 2 months. Won first time out. Broke his handicap mark, so couldn't run in the next 2 races in the series. But to win the last race is, it's wonderful, guys, wonderful.
How did you come into that? Did you come in? I mean, the celebrations are those of maybe a bit of not quite expecting what you've just seen. Was there confidence? Was there optimism? What was there?
There certainly was optimism. Yeah. It's hard to be confident when the race is so open, and we're the only international trainer, only international entry. But there was optimism, particularly after the first race. And Andrea said before he'd hold him up. He ran a great race. You could see he had an awful lot of horse under him with 2-3 furlongs to go. And if the gap came, I think we were going to win. And the gap came and we saw him go.
We wish you many congratulations. We're going to go and hear from the winning jockey now. Nigel, well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Andrea Azzini. Another big race win here this afternoon. Now, you've ridden Lucanda once before, but just what kind of feel did he give you today?
I obviously messed it up the last time when I rode him. He was over 1800, I just sat a little bit too close to the pace, and there went no gallop. It didn't quite suit him. Actually, his last run in the Crown Princess Cup was a very good run, and stepping up to 2-2, George and Pat, they were very confident it would stay, and they went a nice gallop, which is suited to them, and he travelled beautifully into the race, and when I let him down, he picked up nicely.
And you beat some very good horses, some of the best horses that are in training over here as well. An international winner of this race is something special.
100%. It's great for, you know, His Highness Sheikh Nasser to put a race like this, and obviously the prize money is very good, and obviously great for George and the old team. You know, they brought a few horses here, and each horse they brought here, they've either won but ran well, so they deserve a big one.
And congratulations to you as well. 2 big wins on a day like today, a big card, and 2 victories then for winning jockey Andrea Azzini. This one coming on Lucanda.
Well, we've waited until the 8th and final race for the biggest celebration, just being stood here in the parade ring to see the moment when Nigel Jones and Paul Bowden, the owners, celebrated along with their delighted winning trainer George Baker, a huge supporter of racing here in Bahrain. We can now welcome back in the winner of the 8th and final race on what's been a superb day of action. It's another for the man we've just heard from Andrea Azzini. Congratulations to our winning trainer, expertly handling, George Baker, trainer of Lucanda. To Nigel Jones and to Paul Bowden, the winning owners, you could see what it meant. Show your appreciation for the final winner of the day, a second win of the season here for the magnificent Lucanda.
So the result of our final race of the day. First, number 6, Lucanda. Second, number 2, Zagato. Third, number 3, Tawarek. And the fourth horse home was number 7, Rayanpur. Fifth, number 8, Recovery Run. The distances 2 3/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. 2 3/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. And the official time of the winning horse, 2 minutes 16. That's 16.32. 2 minutes 16.32. So Lucanda, the winner there for George Baker. That's a second success this winter for Lucanda here in Bahrain. And don't rush it away. We have still got more to come because we've got the all-important draw for those cars. That is coming up shortly. And the result is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
We're about to let the hero of the hour, Lucanda, disappear, but not without getting a word from the trainer to complete the story. We spoke to George Baker before the race. We've just spoken to the delighted winning owner, Nigel Jones, part owner. Those celebrations, George, wow.
Well, it means a lot, this. You know, this is one of the biggest races in the region, not just in Bahrain. This is a massive race for us to win. All credit to the fabulous team, Frankie, who rides him a lot, Terry, Pat, Maha on the yard has done an amazing job. And you know, to end our season like this, Get It earlier, we've got a huge gang of Get It owners here, and you know, that was a bit of a kick in the teeth, but this amazing sport of ours does take you on some journey. And this is a wonderful way to end this winter's journey. And to win a race like this is, that means the world.
To watch it, it looked like it unfolded like a dream. Did it feel that way?
Well, I told you beforehand, I thought it really was a tough ask, and I really genuinely thought that going through the form. I thought he'd had a hard race 2 weeks ago, and to back up that. But then when you see a horse traveling 3 furlongs out in a race like that, and I looked around and I saw everybody else was off it, and we're still just, you know, there we are watching.
Got it on the big screen there. Talk us through it.
We needed the gap, and when the gap came, he's gone through it, and he's actually won the race very nicely, hasn't he? Where do we go now? I don't know, but I'm kind of, we don't need to worry about that yet. We can enjoy today, and as I say, a massive thrill to win a race like this in the Kingdom, and a wonderful end to the season here for us.
Where does this rank in your training CV?
Right up there, mate, right up there. Just because, you know, pressing the gamble button and bringing horses here, we thoroughly enjoyed it, but it's a big ask. And last year was a learning curve, and we did learn. And thankfully, we bought the right horses this year.
We're about to present you the prize. I'll let you go. George, well done.
Thank you, mate.
Yes, we welcome then His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa onto stage to present the trophy to those winning connections, those happy connections of Lukanda. Well done to Nigel Jones and Paul Bowden. Well done to winning trainer George Baker. Well done to winning jockey Andrea Azzini. What a season Lukanda has had out here. His second victory. And this big race. Thank you to His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad for your support this afternoon. There's a key King's Cup trial. And victory then goes to Lukanda, our 8th and final race of the afternoon. Can you fade me? So do hang around then, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be doing the draw for the cars shortly. So hang around, we'll be generating that random number, or 3 random numbers, to decide who the winner of those cars will be. And the important thing here is that you have to be present and make yourselves known. So you have to be here and make yourselves known. So if you are one of these lucky winners, shout, holler, wave, and make yourself known.
حضورنا الكريم طبعا كونوا جاهزين حاليا راح يتم السحب على الجوائز ال3 سيارات راح ان شاء الله نتعرف معاكم على الفائز راح يتم السحب طبعا ومن شروط الجائزة في حال المتسابق سمع الرقم اللي طالع عنده في التلفون يحضر لنا هني في ساحة العرض وراح يتم تسليمه للجائزة.
And the winner of our first car then is Mujiz Ahmed. Mujiz Ahmed, ticket number 12844.
مجيز أمبد رقم التذكرة 12844 12844.
اسحب على الثاني.
Mujiz Ahmed, are you there? If not, we're going to redraw. So it's Mujiz Ahmed.
No, you okay?
Our next ticket winner then is Hassan K. Hassan K, ticket number 16266.
حسن رقم التذكرة 16266 16266. تحية لي الجمهور، تحية لي، يستاهل حسن.
So Hassan K is coming over here. We'll check his ticket number, but he could be the winner of one of those cars. Well done to Hassan. Yeah.
Now this is the third draw.
So Hassan K is the winner. Our third name then, a second name rather, out of the hat is Jabba Ahmad. Jabba Ahmad, numbers 12527. Jabba Ahmad.
جابر أحمد رقم التذكرة 12527 12527. جابر أحمد. جابر أحمد رقم التذكرة 12527 12527. موجود؟
Now it will be draw one second.
مجيز أحمد موجود. الفائز بالسيارة رقم 1 عنده 5 دقائق، إذا ما وصل راح يتم السحب على فائز ثاني. جابر أحمد رقم التذكرة 12527 12527. شريفة جميل رقم التذكرة 1183. شريفة جميل رقم التذكرة 1183. شريفة جميل تيكت نمبر 11183 11183. شريفة جميل تيكت نمبر 11183. نظراً لعدم تواجد الفائز بالسيارة الأولى راح يتم السحب على الفائز للسيارة الأولى. حسين شهاب رقم التذكرة 11071. حسين شهاب رقم التذكرة 11071. حسين شهاب تيكت نمبر 11071. ألف مبروك لحسين شهاب صاحب رقم تذكرة 11071، وفي انتظار الفائز بالجائزة للسيارة رقم 1. أولى السيارات
So the draw has taken place. 2 of our winners are here, and the third is a groom who's actually on his way back from the stables. He's led the horses out. He's coming back now, so we're just going to wait for him. So we have our 3 winners then of our cars. We're just waiting for confirmation then before we can hand them the key. He's on his way back now. Here we are. He had to run back from the stables having led the horse over. So I think we've got our 3 winners then, who are going to be driving home these brand new cars. He looks pretty out of breath having run back, but he's worth it because he's going to have a brand new car out of today.
He comes running. He's not able to breathe.
So now, are we going to present them
together? Yeah.
Three winners, and they will take.
So there we are then, our 3 winners of the cars this afternoon. Thank you so much to His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad for donating these cars. And our 3 winners then, we had so many people registering, a huge crowd here this afternoon and a great atmosphere. So well done to our 3 winners then, who are going to be driving home brand new cars this afternoon. So that concludes then our draw for those 3 cars. Well done to Hassan K, Hussein Shahab and Jabba Ahmed winning those cars. Those 3 winners taking home the cars this afternoon. And once again, thank you to His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa for supporting today. What a day it has been. What an afternoon of racing we've had. And Nick and Darren now join me just to reflect a little bit on a competitive afternoon. And Nick, what was your highlight of the day? We saw those 2 Turf Series races and we talked about how competitive the big races are. And what a finish it was between Goman and Neil Callan, Andrea Azzini. A cracking finish to that Vision 2030 race.
It was exactly that. I think Neil Callan judged it to a nicety, but still got beaten. I'm looking forward to watching the race back. But Andrea Azzini, who had a pretty shocking draw out in 18, even in a 2,000-metre race, I think he must have judged it perfectly to deliver his horse on the line. It was a dramatic finish. It wasn't the highlight of the day for me. We'll talk about that. That was the last race. But probably symbolic of just how competitive the Turf Series has been.
Yeah, and Darren, you've obviously been here throughout the Turf Series. What did you make of today's 2 big races?
Oh, it was wonderful. What about the sprint? Devast coming up the near side, drawn highest of all, stall 18. A few of the runners who were drawn near side elected to switch to the far side after about 200 metres. But Neil Callan, no, he just stuck to the near side and Devast came out on top. But of course, Andrea Azzini spoiled the Neil Callan party a race later.
He certainly did. And what struck me actually is that the big names in the jockey ranks who came in the winners' enclosure. Stéphane Pasquier, Arc de Triomphe winning jockey. Andrea Azzini, British Classic winning jockey. Neil Callan, who's won big races around the world. To have those 3 here winning races just shows the standard of Bahrain racing and where it has come. So your highlight then, Nick, the final race, Lucanda, who, what a horse he's been for the Bakers and winning his 2nd race out here.
Late to the party, I wasn't here in December when he won as he did, which obviously meant that his path was a little bit different from not running in the Turf Series. But they were worried about it. They thought it was a tough race. But Andrea Azzini, a balls of steel ride, really confident. but I think it was just the moment where I was stood here and the two owners, Team George Baker as well, if you could bottle a moment and sell it, you'd be getting big bucks.
And it's so good for the series because George Baker came out last year, I mean, a lot of international trainers came out last year and had no success, whereas this year, the likes of George Baker, David O'Meara, I know Charlie Appleby's obviously sent some over for some success, so it hasn't all been about the local trainers, which is a good thing, Darren.
With George Baker and his team, yes, it's a serious assault on Bahrain, but it's fun, and he makes it fun for his owners. You know, you're talking about a trainer who's had a Royal Ascot winner in the past, but this is right up there.
And he's got a runner at Cheltenham Festival coming up as well. So from one thing to the other, but he certainly has had a good time here. And I know he's got a big party of George Baker sort of team owners out here this week, about sort of 30 or 35 of them here enjoying it. And I can imagine the celebrations tonight are going to be pretty wild wherever the Baker team are. But Nick, just a quick reflection on your first trip to Bahrain. What do you make of the atmosphere here and the sort of the races generally and the layout and the club?
Fantastic. I'm sure it's not always as windy as this, but it has rather informed how I've judged everything on the track. I think we've had some brilliant racing, competitive racing. As you said, the big players coming to the fore. That memory of watching Team George Baker will stick with me for quite a while. And I just love the layout of the place. I think the turf looks immaculate. What's not to like?
Today, though, was also key trials day for the King's Cup, and that is the next big meeting in mid-March. The King's Cup then, I'll be back out then in mid-March for the King's Cup. Zagato will be looking to defend his title in that race. But from me, Nick, and from Darren, it's goodbye, and we'll see you then.